Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? All right. This is a great day. This is a lot of hard work, culmination of a great cohort and a great year. For those of you that I've not met, I'm Bob Griffin. I'm the Executive Director of the McGuire Center. We want to thank you all for coming to be part of our experience here, and I want to thank all of the student teams because you guys worked really hard this year, and I was incredibly impressed and continue to be. People are always asking me about fun facts and factoids and so forth, so just give me a few data points here. McGuire's been here for 40 years, and in that time, historically, 30% of all of our NBD students have launched a business. And more importantly is those students that have launched a business, they've been in business for more than 2 years. So when you think about that, it's not launch and crash and burn, it's launch and sustain. And I think that's a pretty exciting statistic and something that everybody should be proud of as part of the program. Some of our judges, if not all of our judges, have been through the program, and they are all incredibly successful. So take your cue from our judging panel. As you know, that we are currently ranked number 8 in undergrad entrepreneurship programs by U.S. News and World Report. And remember, this all started with an idea from Carl Eller and Carl and Stevie, who I think Ted is going to talk a little bit about here in a few minutes. Just about the number of things that we are doing that does, I think, make an impact, certainly across the campus, is we bring about 2,000 students and community through our curriculum on an annual basis. A lot of that is not just with the NVD program, but also with our Creative Innovation for the Future program, the work that we do with high school students, the work that we do with our Eller Executive Development program. So we're quite proud of the work that the center is providing. As you all know, the ENTR capstone has been greater than 800 seniors have gone through this program, and from currently, is it for next year? The 48 for next year?
45.
45. Okay. So this year we had 120 applicants, 48 students. Next year we're going to have about 45 students. You said, and we took a different approach to bringing in our next generation of and our new cohort, where not only will they go through a process of application, but they also have to provide kind of a personal video on themselves and so forth. So you guys kind of dodged that bullet this year, but I'm sure it would have been great. For those of you that aren't familiar, we do a lot of different things at the McGuire Center. Outside of the NBD, we have our lab program, where Sandy heads up our lab group. It's up there at the top. Ted runs our Spark program. Many of you participated in iVentures. In fact, you all participated in iVentures. And then, of course, we have the PAD program, which is our students helping support our student teams. We teach, as we talked about, 485, and then next year, something that I'm really quite excited about, we're offering a new degree program called IBE, which is an integrated business engineering degree program, where we are partnering with the College of Engineering. And that's kind of a really interesting and a great opportunity. And Professor Peterson, Mark Peterson, will be heading up that program for us. So again, we're doing some great things at McGuire, and I'm glad that you all have been part of it. Karthik, is Karthik here yet? I will be singing and dancing a little bit until Karthik gets here. But we've asked the dean to come up and say a few words. He does know. I'm sure he'll be here momentarily. And if not, I can do puppet shadows and things like that on the wall. We can tell jokes. You know what? While we wait on the dean, let me make some introductions. For those of you that are not part of the program, this program is headed up and run by Dr. Cronenberg, Kristen Cronenberg, right here in the front, in the fourth row. Everybody, congratulate Kristen on what was, I think, an outstanding year this year for this program. We could not have been successful without our NVD advisors, and they are here today. Björgen, who is helping to live stream this. We are actually live streaming right now. Sally Groth, back there, who has done a wonderful job with her teams. You're taking multiple teams, not just one team, which is great. I was fortunate to get to work with one team, and we will see how if I made any impact on that. John Sharp, many of you know John. For those of you that don't know, John will be retiring at the end of this year. But John would like to remain with the center to do some work, and is going to volunteer to come back and do some things with us. So we'll still have him hanging around here, but in a more relaxed and retirement kind of position. And then Mark Peterson, Professor Peterson, for those of you that don't or haven't had him, has been an advisor, and he is our academic undergraduate advisor. And I can tell you that the year that I've been here, he has been a great shepherd in helping guide me through the academic programs and really helped us become as successful as we have been. So thank you, Mark. On top of that, we have some incredible staff. Most of you know, I talked about John. Sandy Duplessis is sitting down here in the front. Those of you that don't know, Sandy has done and does a lot of different things for the center, but mostly she spends time with the lab and the pad teams. She's doing a lot of work now, both she and Ted over with the football team on some work that we're doing with them now that NIL is a live thing, and kind of helping them from an entrepreneurial perspective. Where's William? Is William here? There's William. William is our business manager. I refer to him as my chief financial officer. He keeps making sure that the bills get paid and your bursar accounts get filled when you do great and good things, and that all of the things that we need to do to keep the center running are going on. And then everything that gets tied together is through the work of Jackie. Where's Jackie? And also, it saddens me to tell you that Jackie is also retiring this year. So she will be. So she will unfortunately be departing in the fall. So, all right. Just quickly about the new venture development program. For those of you that aren't not familiar with it, the whole goal is to take our students from ideation all the way through ready to launch. And you're going to see the culmination of that work today when you see these presentations. They started out with a blank slate, and they took that canvas, I guess I could use that term, right, canvas, and built on top of it, and I think just did an outstanding job. And any one of the teams that would like to launch are ready to launch. So that we're quite proud of that. From a leader development perspective, one of the things that we talk about from an entrepreneurial bent is that whether you choose to launch or not choose to launch, learning entrepreneurial skills will serve you in life for everything you do. Whether you go work at a corporation, entrepreneurial or intrapreneurial behavior is incredibly important. Whether you start your own company, whether you support other companies that have launched themselves, learning to think like an entrepreneur is an incredibly strong skill. And I am proud of the fact that you all have taken the time to develop those skills and be part of this program. So I'm going to go back a few slides, and I'm going to, with great pleasure, introduce the Dean of the College of Management.
Hey, thanks, Bob. Thank you, everybody. It's wonderful to see you all here. I want to talk about three big things here, just to set the stage. And hello, Kelly and Dad, and all of that. How are you? So first of all, I want to welcome the judges here. You represent our community in various regards, the donors, community representatives, alumni, Thanks for your participation, and it's wonderful to see your feedback going into these student engagements, which leads to outcomes. But I want to briefly talk about the people, and then I want to give a small word of personal wisdom before I conclude as well. This is an incredibly well-run event, and I want to give kudos to the entire McGuire team. A quick round of applause to them. There are several great people, and I'm very thrilled to have Bob take up this role and has done an incredible job plowing ahead with what McGuire was already doing well and making it even better. But I want to give a shout out to both Jackie. Thanks for all the years of service, Jackie. I also want to make sure I highlight what John Sharp has been doing for McGuire, right? Few years back, I came in, the McGuire Center was in somewhat of a turmoil. And John Sharp provided a steady hand for us and helped us get us transition through until we got into Bob's leadership. And so, John, your work is incredible. And I want him to do really, really well in his startup, both for my intrinsic satisfaction that he does well, but also because once he makes it a big startup, he's going to give back a whole lot of money to our college. Yeah. You can see Chris, the development officer, just very enthusiastic about it. Let me talk briefly about this program and why a program of this kind is helpful to me. It's a flagship capstone program at the McGuire Center. It's a year-long effort. It's not only impacting the community, but impacting the student body, but also the community. Historically, about 2,000 students across this year alone, 2,000 students have gone through the entrepreneurial programs at McGuire. It's an incredibly well-run organization, as I said. With regard to this NVD, this is where student startups come to fruition. 30% of McGuire NVD graduates have started their own companies that are still in business 2 years in, right? Why do I say what's the value of this kind of a program? Look, I was a student too, and I wanted to do startup. It's very easy to think that you are doing a startup. It is incredibly hard for you to start from one end to see that through, and that experience means something, and I can tell you, not very many people go through, right? There are many entrepreneurial programs you go into, you say, I'm going to write a business plan, and I'm going to do this. You do that business plan, you don't think about the software or the prototyping and things like that. One of the unique things about this NVD program is, just like how Bob said, you started with a clean slate. You got all the way to that point where some of you even have prototypes. That end-to-end success that you see, you may not start up a company. Many of you may not start up a company, it's okay. Right? We want you to start up, but I understand. But that experience is incredibly important, and NVD provides that opportunity for you. And the design for that NVD has been done very well. And thanks to all those advisors to see this and help our students. So with that, thank you. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you. All right. So it is that time. A couple quick words before I turn it over to our Master of Ceremonies. Again, while this is my first exposure, my first academic year with the New Venture Development Program, I can tell you that I've been involved in these kinds of programs before. I don't think I've ever seen a more professional, maybe I'll use that word, more polished cohort than I have with you guys today. I was incredibly impressed by the ideas. I was incredibly impressed by watching you go from the very beginning at the ideation phase all the way through our the earlier round this week. And so everybody should feel great about that. Now we're taking a little different approach this year, as you know. Nobody knows, except for a few in this room, who made the cut. This is kind of like the Price is Right. Ted is going to call the team to come on down, and that's why everybody is prepared and ready to go. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ted McGuire, our Master of Ceremonies.
Okay, welcome everybody. Are all the students ready? So I heard you cheering loudly when they showed the slides of your advisors. Your first lesson is you need to read the fine print because they're going to get 50% of whatever you win today. So I hope you learned that throughout the year. So my name is Ted McGuire. I will be the MC for today. But before we get into the competition, this is Stevie and Carl Eller. And in 1984, quick story, there's a student in the room who I will look at him right now. And he said to me as we were going to an event, he said, Ted, if I ever see anything that has like 19 before it, I figure they're like 80 years old. And I'm like, I was born in 19. I'm like, you think I'm 80? Anyway, in 1984, Jaden, there was a world, and Carl and Stevie Eller decided to start the Center for the Study of the Small Market Private Economy. And that evolved into, 40 years later, the McGuire Center. And my folks got involved in 03 or 4, and they supported the center. I went through the program in 1992, Jaden, there was actually electricity. And so these are the folks that make things possible. The Berger Foundation, these are our partners, Startup Tucson, the Center for Innovation, the Muzzy Foundation, and Arizona Tech Launch. So if we could give a hand for these folks. All right, so this is what we're going to be going through today. We're actually fairly on schedule, so we're going to start the first pitch in the next few minutes. After this morning's session, there'll be a trade show outside in the atrium. All the teams will be presenting their ventures, and we can talk to them and hear what they're up to. Then they will reconvene at 2 o'clock for the medal round, where there will be 3 teams competing for the medals, and then there'll be a reception. And after, we'll tell you this again later, but students, you're all taking a group photo this afternoon, so don't run off. We need you in the group photo. All right? So that says something. So first prize gets a gold medal, and 0 apparently. That's a 5,000. Second prize gets 3,000 and a silver medal, and the third place winner is a bronze medal and $2,000. So that will be determined later today. And that will be all based upon the first round, and these are our judges. So what you will notice about them is you can scan the QR code and read all their bios. They're really long. If I read them to you, I don't want to do that. That'd be boring. So you can read them, but let me introduce them. This is Emily Chavez. And Emily graduated and went through what you guys are going through in 2015. And she has founded her own business called Joyful Jobs. So she is here today. And Wendy Sanuick. She graduated from the university in the 1900s. Who would have thought? I can't believe it. And Wendy was an executive with Coca-Cola for 25 years and has most recently joined the board of Joybus. So Wendy, thank you. And she has a daughter who's a student at the U of A. And Eller. There we go. And then we have Martha Gonzalez. Martha also went through the program the year after I went through. So go figure. She's old too. All right. And then we have Oye Waddell. He's from Phoenix. He's the founder of Hustle Phoenix. You should read his bio if you go to the QR code. The guy does a ton of stuff. And then Brian Wallace. Ryan is the Managing Director of Access Venture Partners, and he's joining us today from Denver, Colorado. So, I won't tell you who, but we had a spirited conversation in the when we were waiting. 4 of these folks went to the University of Arizona, and 1 didn't. So if the questions seem a little from one person, I'm just telling you, all right? All right, you'll know. So, all right, here's where we're at. So on Tuesday, 11 of you competed against separate judging panels. It's been pared down to 6. Nobody knows who the 6 are except for I have it in my pocket. And so there will be 6 of you that will present today, and we're not going to tell you all 6. I'm going to say team 1. So if you're number 6, you're sweating it out. If you don't hear if you're not called for the first 6, you didn't make it. But you can't leave because you got to be part of the trade show, all right? And you got the photo later. And then we're going to adjourn for lunch in the trade show. Afterwards, we're coming back, be a new set of judges, and the 3 will present, and you won't know. It's one at a time. And then later in the day, we'll be at a winner. So it's 10 minutes, 5 minutes for question and answers. Judges, make sure you use your microphone so we can all hear. There's nothing worse than a question that we can't hear. And now we're going to get started. That is a... Well, no, I don't have I just have it in my pocket. While we pull up the team, we're going to put up these slides that say interesting things. Everything that can be invented has been invented in 1899. He only missed it by a little bit. So, all right, so with no further ado, when you come down here, the first team up, you're going to grab the microphones and administratively stay between the blue stripes here. Otherwise, we won't be able to see you on the live stream. And speak into the mic, and don't be nervous, even though you're going to be nervous. All right, so the first team up is Steadfast. Enough?
Yeah.
Put the play over here.
Good. Is that fine? What's that? Keep it in.
You have to
Keep it in the blue. Yeah, keep one on. Okay. As long as you guys can see it. Alrighty. Good? Whatever?
You gotta stay with me.
Good? Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before we get going, I'd like to take you back for just a moment. Now, I don't know what you were doing in 2005, maybe syncing up an iPod or updating your MySpace. But here I was, a toddler, pushing the limits of plastic training wheels and living the best life I could at 3 miles an hour. Now, whether you remember your first experience riding a bike or teaching somebody how to ride a bike, the pride and confidence that comes with that amazing milestone is something you can never forget.
Now, unfortunately, today's society doesn't share this old reality. In fact, the Sports and Fitness Industry Association reported that in the last 2 decades alone, the number of kids learning to ride a bike has decreased by over 25%. Now, why is this happening? Well, first I ask you, in 1949, training wheels looked exactly like this, and they still look like this today. And in fact, they don't actually work because they provide a very rigid support that doesn't teach kids how to properly use the right mechanics to learn to ride. They don't teach them balance, which is the key fact that they need in order to be riding a bike with 2 wheels. And this is not a new complaint either in the market. Anybody from parents to the New York Times to even Guardian Bikes have been complaining about this on the internet for years. But what are they turning to? Balance bikes. And balance bikes aren't the solution either because they're not a transitional vehicle. The parents are putting their kids on balance bikes at a very, very young age, but they're not teaching them how to pedal, and they're putting them back on training wheels that are causing the issues that we're seeing in the first place. They also have a very strict and short age window that if you don't capture it at a very young age, balance bikes prove very ineffective. But why do they need to be learning in the first place? Well, that is because it teaches motor skills and development. It develops their social and emotional growth. It promotes independence, and it regulates mental and emotional well-being. These are all assets that kids need to be learning at a young age in order to be functional teens and adults in our society. And in such a technology and antisocial driven society today, something as small as learning how to ride a bike can promote our kids getting that growth that they actually need to be promoting and giving back to our society.
So now we ask ourselves, how do you bypass this illusion of progress? Well, the answer isn't less support, it's smarter support, which is what led to the creation of the Steadfast training wheel. The Steadfast training wheel is a suspension-based training wheel that allows the rider to not only learn how to pedal, but lean the bike, which is a crucial mechanic when learning how to ride. Because after all, riding isn't about doing it stiff and upright. It's about leaning with confidence, finding your own balance, and moving forward under your own power. Nowadays, as Will mentioned, kids only have two options. You have training wheels, the legacy tool, that only teach you how to pedal, and you have the balance bikes that teach you how to balance, but don't have pedals at all. The Steadfast solution is the only option to learn both at the same time. When you combine balance and pedaling, what you unlock isn't just a new ability, it's pride, and a confidence that goes so far just riding a bike with two wheels.
And as you can, I know the video didn't play, but you can see our product is here on the bike. It is a suspension base, and you can see it as Carson is demonstrating. But now that you can see what our product looks like, let's see how it fits in the market. The global bicycle market is valued at over $140 billion and is growing at an annual compounded growth rate of about 10.6%. In terms of the specific segment we'll be entering, the global training wheel market is valued at about $190 million. That leads us to a US training wheel market of about $108 million. And we anticipate by end of year 5, 34% market share, which is valued at $36.7 million.
So we plan to capture this market through a licensing royalty model where we will license our innovative design to existing bike brands and manufacturers in exchange for royalty per unit sold. This way we can act as a value-added partner and not just a competitor, ultimately helping these manufacturers evolve their own product line. So now understanding buyer behavior proves that a B2C model just wouldn't work for us. With 75 to 85% of kids' bikes coming with training wheels in the box, this proves that B2B is the way we should go because we are able to create a new standard as well as also allowing manufacturers to evolve their own line.
Now, in terms of entering the market, it begins before launch. It starts out with conducting beta trials to implement customer feedback and really validate our design. Once that is complete, we'll begin attending a variety of industry events like the Cabda Expo and Sea Otter Classic to begin building those relationships with manufacturers. The first contracts that we will secure will be with niche brands like Guardian and Glurk, who have a priority really for encouraging childhood riding and safety and innovative products. Once we begin to really build a presence within that segment, we want to begin licensing to those industry leaders like Specialized and Giant to really allow us to reach as many end users as possible and begin really changing the status quo. And companies that use a similar model to ours are able to achieve customer retention rates of over 82%. Now, in terms of our pricing model, we're looking at about between a 6 and 8% royalty per unit, and that'll be based on an MSRP of $55. That leads us to about $3.85 of revenue per unit sold. And we'll be using a tiered model, and as you can see behind me, this is an expected breakdown of revenue based on various contract sizes and their royalty rates. And while the revenue does decrease as volume increases per unit, we know that that's a value we can provide our customers, given that the majority of our costs are associated with customer acquisition as opposed to the per unit sale of the product. This will not only incentivize bulk purchasing, but will allow us to remain profitable as we continue to scale.
Now, our financials are backed on key contract growth, topping $8.5 million in top-line revenue in year 5. The other key thing about our model to know is that because we are not actually manufacturing our product, we're not incurring any sort of cost of goods sold, shipping, or factories in storing our actual product. This allows us to put more money back in our pockets at the end of the day, generating 55% in year 5 net profit margin, and also taking in $7.42 of revenue for every dollar of cost of sales. Now, our cost of sales specifically is what we're incurring to actually gain those contracts with our manufacturers. So those are our customer acquisition costs and the time and energy that we're putting forth in order to actually make sure those contracts are being put in place. We also get to generate or benefit from economies of scale as we continue to grow. We're not needing to put as much effort into those customer acquisition costs. Therefore, those marginal costs over time are actually declining. You can see that represented here as we take it from those actual customer acquisition costs year over year, move that into that marginal decline and getting us a 15.88% decline over those 5 years on average.
So you might be wondering, why us? Why are we the right team to bring Steadfast to the market? Our team brings a diverse set of skills, having backgrounds in finance, management, economics, and marketing. And we also share that passion for the freedom and independence that learning how to ride a bike gave us personally, and the shared drive we have to create that same experience for others.
Moving forward, we're going to be adding adjustability, a larger wheel size, and stronger materials for the product while filing for our initial method patent. We'll then be implementing a more efficient way to mount the training wheel to the bike, a relevant addition considering recent issues in the training wheel market, while simultaneously launching the product. We understand that feedback from manufacturers and the new mounting system is going to likely require an additional patent, which we see coming in 2027. And as we work our way into 2028, see ourselves earning a space in the adult bike industry because we understand it's not just kids learning how to ride a bike. Adults are learning to ride. There are those with disabilities or even those riding for rehabilitation purposes.
Now, based on our financial projections, the most profitable path forward would require about $450,000. Now, this will allow us to launch strong, really invest in customer acquisition, and scale quickly. However, we only need about $50,000 to go to market. That's really to finalize our product's design and obtain that initial patent. That small amount of $50,000 gets us in the game, but the full $450,000 really allows us to win it.
Steadfast is more than just a new take on training wheels. It's a solution to a decades-old problem that's discouraged millions of early riders. Through our high market potential and scalable business plan, we're positioned to reshape this learning experience for riders everywhere. From patenting to prototyping to presenting at trade shows, we're on a mission to bring Steadfast to life and to transform that child's first moment of doubt into a moment that they will never forget. Thank you.
Okay, Judge.
Good job, guys. Hello? Good job, guys. So one question, what does the cost look like for, I know you said $3 and something for the manufacturers, the bike companies to buy from you. What are they currently paying and how does it compare?
Yeah, so in terms of their typical training wheels that they're buying in bulk for a little over $1 that they're typically putting on here. We have a spread of our assumptions with our baseline being that 1,000 to 10,000 range being about $2.16 to actually manufacture. And then obviously as you're buying those parts in bulk, they're able to actually get those for much cheaper. And that continues to decline based on how they're actually structuring those contracts. But this is the base kind of it is the same exact base that we're using. It's just the additional cost for the springs and the bracket that they're adding onto it.
I think it's important to note additionally that while it is a little bit more than the product that they're currently putting out to market, we believe that especially the first companies that we're going to be interacting with are willing to pay a little bit more for that innovative product that really will facilitate the learning process for kids.
Great job, by the way, really good presentation, very confident, I love it. What did you guys do in terms of researching your competition? Not just like Googling, but yeah, kind of give us like a bit in depth of how you kind of researched it.
So in terms of the training wheel market, the only other company that is really doing anything similar to us is called Zen Training Wheels. They have started pre-orders but have not successfully brought any product to market, and so there's really not much competition in terms of these innovative training wheels. But when we're looking at the benefit of going to B2B, we know that there's so many companies that either manufacture them in-house, and no one's going out of their way to buy training wheels after because they come together. So there's not as much, like, we're not facing competition when we're going through the manufacturers, because people don't see them as a problem, because they eventually work. We're just innovating on them, and by bringing them to market through the manufacturers, it allows us to reach more end users. I don't know, yeah.
Great job, guys, just incredible. As far as the patent, have you started working on how you're going to do patenting? Have you done your research on the patents, or does anything exist at the moment that's similar to yours?
We can show, so our prototype progression, so originally we were going to go with a vertical or a diagonal spring, which you can see on our first prototype up here. The Zen training wheels does have that specifically prototyped, so we switched it over to being actually built into the wheel, which is actually a more effective and cost-friendly design. As we continue to adapt, like Carson said, we're looking towards putting a larger training wheel to allow for more suspension into that wheel. And then the patenting process, we're working on getting that final design obviously created so we can present the full finding up to lawyers in order to get those patents officially correctly in works.
Thank you all for the presentation. It was really good, well thought out. I had a question in regards to just need. And the question is, what type of market research do you all do to identify this is a need? And you may have said it, but I'd love to know, did you do focus groups? Did you talk to parents? How did you all figure out, hey, this is a need and we want to fill this need?
Yeah, for sure. It's a great question. So it was a combination of both. We identified the problem as more of like a personal story for actually myself. My little brother had a similar issue where we were fighting with him to take the training wheels off, which is a kind of, I'm sure, relatable experience for a lot of parents. And the compromise was to take one off, which of course my dad and I kind of roll our eyes at, and then we pull it off, and that's where the idea came from, because he was actually able to lean and balance the bike. So the idea sparked from there. We looked into it, found, like you saw on Will's slide with all of the headlines, that people were expressing the same issues. And then we went to parents in the local area and talking about their issues with their kids learning how to ride. They're having issues with kids tipping over on training wheels because there is no give. And the moment that they start to fall, it's almost like they high side. And so we found that there was a huge need for it, especially with our primary research that it was definitely overlooked. But when talking to parents about that possible product, everybody was interested for sure.
Right. We have one more question.
Can you, great presentation, by the way, cool product. You know, typically even with B2B models, you have to help create consumer demand. So what are some of your thoughts to actually do marketing and some consumer marketing to get some buzz created in the marketplace where the manufacturers are going to say, we want this product to sell to our customers?
I think it's a variety of things. Specifically, it's attending those trade shows, and there's even other toy fairs we found, like one in New York City, where they're focused on kids and really interacting with customers in a variety of ways and letting them experience it firsthand. I think that's going to be one of the best ways to really begin seeding the market. Additionally, we want to begin passing it out almost for free to bike shops, local bike shops, to get them to encourage people to try it out, get feedback that way, and really just get as much customer feedback and really be able to quantify that demand prior to really entering the market, so that we can highlight that with a specific metric that there is it. And I think that's through a variety of different things, like the different events, and then also local community efforts.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Steadfast. the judges are scoring their score sheet, what I found the most fascinating about your presentation is that you found 4 pictures of you guys all using training wheels. That's remarkable. So congratulations on whoever took those pictures and how you found them. You're welcome. All right, so we are moving on. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. These 6 teams were, the order that you're presenting was a random number generator, so there's no significance as to who's first. It was just completely random. So the second team to present today will be, hang on, I don't want you to be able to see number 3. Come on down, Swift Seat. Make sure you stay in between the
Frame, yeah.
green, and there's your time.
Is there any way we can move it here?
Sorry, shouldn't stare.
That's all right.
Hello? Should I try that?
Are you guys ready?
I think we're ready.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My team and I would like to thank you all for being here. My name is Savannah Bell.
I'm Jake Haddon. Drake Frederick.
And I'm Jenna Hardman.
Today, we're not just here to present a product, but also to reveal a silent struggle that millions of families are trying to navigate. A struggle we don't even realize exists until it happens to someone we love. I invite you all to take a moment and think about the last time you got in your car. It was most likely automatic and effortless, but for millions of elderly individuals, this is not their reality. It's a difficult and daunting task, and one that has a ripple effect of consequences. Caregiver dependence, social isolation, and an economic loss of $411 billion a year. But the emotional cost is immeasurable. Now let's take a look at the current options. They're bulky, often incompatible with many vehicles, and require strength and balance that most users don't have. None of these offer what people truly need, which is a safe and reliable way to stay mobile. And this is where the Swift Seat steps in. We've developed a discrete assistive device that empowers older adults to enter and exit any standard vehicle safely, without caregiver assistance, without bulky equipment, and without compromise. Because this isn't about convenience, this is about autonomy. And our solution is not just innovative, it is inevitable. By 2030, 1 in 5 Americans will be over the age of 65. So if this doesn't touch your life yet, it will.
The global elderly population is expected to reach 2.1 billion by 2050. That will account for nearly 30% of the entire world's population. And here in the United States, we are targeting the largest population segment, being the baby boomer generation. There are currently 76 million baby boomers in the United States. And of this 76 million, 38 million of those people face some sort of mobility issue that inhibits their daily life. From this number, we found our total obtainable market to be 15.2 million baby boomers, as this is the number of individuals who purchase medical devices outside of their insurance and do also suffer from mobility issues. Products in adjacent markets have also shown very strong growth over the past 5 years. The current value of the adjacent market is about $3.64 billion, and this is expected to nearly double by 2030 to $6 billion. The largest products in this segment are wheelchairs with annual revenues of about $1.64 billion, and canes and crutches with annual revenues of about $976 million. With our product, we are targeting the most financially dominant demographic, being the baby boomer generation. We plan to initially do this first through B2C sales to expand our customer base, and then shift to B2B sales and into retailers. The first phase will be targeted awareness. We will place ads onto Facebook and Google, as these media sources are used very frequently by our target demographic. However, more importantly, we will focus on AARP, as this is the single largest media source used by the baby boomer generation, and we found that it gets nearly 150 million impressions per month. The second phase will be working with doctors' offices to become part of their product referral network, where they can prescribe our device as an assistive medical device to their patients, and also to those who might temporarily need it if they are recovering from surgery. The third and final phase will be retail expansion into big box stores like Walmart and CVS to get our product on the shelves and in front of as many people as possible.
While we cannot wait to expand into these stores, our sales will increase dramatically through the use of QVC and HSN. Quality Value Convenience is more than a TV shopping network. It is a multi-platform sales powerhouse that is built upon trust. What they do is they showcase their live video demonstrations of products, all while telling a story, which is exactly what we want to do. We want to show how easy the SwiftSeat is to use and how empowering it is for its users. Now I want to make note that QVC's audience is actually our initial targeted market. As their VP of Marketing states, they are narrowing in on a market of individuals aged 50 and up. While there's a lot of criteria to sell on QVC, lucky for us, the SwiftSeat checks every box perfectly. Our product is innovative, relatable, problem-solving, and high quality. Now, in order to sell on the platform, you can submit a pitch to the product discovery team, which we have actually already done. And as you can see on the screen behind me, we have already been approved. And so now it is time to launch the SwiftSeat through QVC. But before we do so, we want to make sure we finalize our manufacturing plans.
To produce the SwiftSeat, we plan to partner with Invacare. They are one of the nation's largest and leading manufacturers of assistive medical devices. They also have extensive experience producing similar products like transfer boards, canes, crutches, and wheelchairs. We plan to utilize their expansive nationwide distribution network to help us keep up with our anticipated demand growth as well as our initial inventory needs. And they also have a very high customer loyalty in the industry and a strong brand reputation.
We've developed a functional prototype and are now entering NHTSA safety testing. From there, we'll pursue FDA Class 1 registration, which puts us in line with other mobility aids and also allows us to bill through insurance. After this, we'll launch through direct sales and expand through medical partnerships. This is a straightforward path with high impact potential.
We'll be offering 2 different price points for the SwiftSeat. The first for our out-of-pocket customers who will not be using Medicare or insurance. For them, the SwiftSeat will be priced at $155. The second is for our customers that will be purchasing through insurance. The SwiftSeat will be billed at $170, which is typically 80% covered by insurance, leaving them with an out-of-pocket cost of $34. The cost to produce and ship one SwiftSeat is $93, $83 allocated to materials and $10 for shipping. Looking at our 2 price points, when sold to the out-of-pocket cost of $155, we maintain a margin of 65% with a profit of $62 per unit. When looking through the insurance cost of $170, we maintain a higher margin of 80% and a profit of $77 per unit. We project a net loss in year 1 due to upfront costs of research and development and safety testing. Sales officially begin in month 14, where we expect most early sales to come from out-of-pocket sales. As time goes on, we expect this to change as insurance sales take the lead by year 5. Just 8 months after sales begin, we break even in month 22. Sales continue to grow steady in years 3 and 4, then surge in year 5 with B2B retail partnerships and increasing trust from the medical community. Doctors start to prescribe it not just for the elderly, but for patients also recovering from surgery or an accident. As you can see, our financial projections show strong year-over-year growth with a clear profitability by year 5. We're seeking $1.2 million in funding, which will be allocated to research and development, marketing, safety testing, insurance, a start inventory of 1,000 units, and 5 salaries. 4 of us founders, and adding in month 13, a sales rep. With this investment, will give us a 24-month runway, will allow us to finalize product development, successfully enter the market, and scale with confidence.
Now, to bring us back to the beginning of the year, the 4 of us teamed up together with one goal in mind: to impact the lives of others. And the SwiftSeat has allowed us to do so. Throughout our journey, we have transformed our vision into a reality while even creating an initial prototype. But it doesn't stop here. Moving forward, we are ready to finalize that prototype, secure funding, apply to be FDA Class 1 approved, and create marketing content through QVC, all in hopes of changing lives. Now, as Savannah mentioned previously, I know many of us here today probably don't think twice about getting in and out of vehicles. However, this is a struggle many individuals face. So I invite you again to think about a loved one who could benefit from the Swift Seat. To them, it's more than a product, it's a solution that will restore their dignity. So together, let's let them enter, empower, and exit with the Swift Seat. Thank you.
It felt like you were looking at me when you were talking about.
No. Do you know anyone?
I point out that there's other judges. Just did a great presentation. Can you talk a little bit about comparisons to the other products? I know it's hard to do in a 10-minute presentation, but just how do you differentiate this solution versus other products?
So I can actually go through them one by one and tell you exactly what makes us better than them. The Slide and Ride, first off, is priced at $700 for this rolling collapsible table that requires a caregiver to physically push the user into the vehicle. So one, not safe for either party, not dignified, and also they have to take that and put it in the trunk. It's a hassle. It's not a full one-stop solution. The second one simply just swivels, so it doesn't take into account the strength needed, the balance needed, possibly falling out of the car. That's just more of a little cushion thing. And then Vive Handle Assist, it just hooks into the U-shaped latch in your car door, so really that gives the least support out of all three of them. But Vive has been out since 2015, and they've sold 2,000 units just on Amazon just in the last month. So there is a clear need, but none of these address all of people's needs in one solution. Did that answer?
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, you all did a great job, sir.
Thank you.
Quick question. Do you all have a prototype of this that you have available?
Right here. So you want to demonstrate? I can show you.
For instance, imagine this is on like the side of the car, so it would come out. It's a little roomy up here, so we're trying to demonstrate as much as we can.
So what you're going to do is the individual is going to sit on the Swift Seat outside of the vehicle. You're going to swivel the seat 90 degrees. That way your legs can be slid into the car, and then you're going to slide back into place in the actual seat. And so how we came up with this, actually, if you want to see our journey, we started, Miss Savannah made a little diagram on an iPad, and then we went from there. And what we did was we went as a team to Goodwill. We gathered the shoe rack, the Arizona Stadium seat, we ordered the swivel plate off Amazon. Everything was very low cost. And then we were able to work with an engineering team to build it out. And this is our new updated CAD model at the moment.
And for future designs, we want to make it obviously compact, so it's not like 6 inches off the ground, so the person that's sitting on his head's hitting the ceiling, just for future.
And these also will not be there. They'll be retractable, like telescope tracks.
Awesome job, guys. 2 questions. So first one's a little quicker. What is or have you determined like a weight limit for the product, and also how long, like the lifetime, how long it will last?
So our weight limit we're going to target is, we're thinking 250 pounds, 250 pounds, and then lifetime, we're hoping, we shouldn't say lifetime, but 10 years, we believe the product should last. And as time goes on, if something, obviously, we want to be a good company and fair, if something were to break, hopefully not, we'll just replace it with a new one.
And what about the steps? Where are you at with getting it approved by insurance, and what does that process look like?
We have to finish our NHTSA testing first, which takes about a year to finish, and then we'll be able to continue with that. But they have to approve that first before we're able to do that. But it will be approved.
And on that note too, once we get that testing done, we can talk to Medicare and get it Class 2 approved, and then once Medicare approves it, most private insurers will follow suit if it passes the test and Medicare will approve it.
Thanks. Great job, I'm just curious on research of who is actually making the purchases. Is it the caretaker or is it the individual who actually needs the product? And then have you guys also, you talked about QVC, you talked about your marketing plans, but where's the number one place where that target audience is actually purchasing it today? Because I don't think you guys mentioned Amazon, I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so kind of going back to who will actually be getting it. At the beginning, that was kind of a struggle for us when we sent out a survey and grabbed research. We wanted to know who was actually gonna get it, but we actually have both people. We have our user and our buyer. So we were thinking more that our baby boomers are going to be purchasing it and then they can also be using it. However, we also thought of ourselves in our lives that we would order it for our elderly or the loved ones that we have, or our parents would be ordering it. So we kind of realized that through our three-pronged approach of our sales approach, whether we're starting at B2C and then moving to B2B and using QVC, that we'll be able to reach everyone all at once. Did that
All right, while the judges complete their scorecards, while Brian felt like you were staring at him throughout the presentation, Swift Seat, I felt like when Emily asked the weight limit, you looked over at me. I'm a little offended, all right? So, excellent job. Judges are filling out their scorecards, and so we had, Steve Ballmer brilliantly said in 2007, there's no chance the iPhone is going to get any significant market share. I don't know. How many of you have an iPhone, students? I do this in every time. They all. And then how many of you are resisting? Join me, all right? We'll be having a meeting, the four of us afterwards. When they all get hauled off, it's not a sad meeting. We're the resistance. All right. Here we go. That was team 2. So we are on to team 3. Are you folks ready? Let me get my list here. Team 3, again, in no particular order. Come on down, Coera. All right, we will give the judges a chance to finish their things, and Coera will get set up here. And we don't have, sorry. So the questions during the presentations are from the judges, but all the students will be up there afterwards if you would like to ask them a question. So, there you go.
What if one bag could do it all? I'm Maria Rodriguez, and my teammates are Becca Sanders, Kaylin Maloney, Ana Cristina Lopez, and Eric Ekimeyer. Picture this. You're welcome to a game, concert, festival. You're dressed up and ready to go. You're excited, but there's one problem: the clear bag policy. Suddenly, your outfit doesn't work, your personal items are on display, your regular bag is not approved, and you're stuck with a plastic-looking bag that clashes with everything. Right now, women have to choose between following the rules and protecting their privacy. At Coera, we say, why choose it all? We have created an all-in-one solution: stadium-approved, stylish for a night out, and practical for everyday use. Our clear purses come with removable covers so you can comply with security requirements without sacrificing style or privacy. For our first prototype, as you can see on the video or in the bag we have over there, we attach the covers with snap buttons, but we're now transitioning to magnets for easier use and for a quicker and more seamless experience. This first-of-its-kind premium clear bag not only offers privacy and style, it provides versatility and a sustainable option, because with only one bag and a full collection of interchangeable covers, we can switch up the look without having to buy a new bag every single time. We're giving customers exactly what they've been waiting for: a true blend between fashion, function, convenience, compliance, and confidence. We want to create a bag that women would actually want to carry, not just because they have to, but because it really fits their lifestyle.
Through our secondary market research, we uncovered a major market opportunity. First, the U.S. handbag market is valued at $13 billion. Within this, the clear bag market is growing exponentially. In 2022, clear bags made up 8.7% of the fashion accessories market, and by 2027, they're expected to make up to 20%. This shows that clear bags aren't just a trend, they're becoming a staple. On top of this, privacy is a growing concern. 70% of consumers say they feel worried about exposing their private items in public spaces. This shows that there is a market demand for a product that offers both style and privacy, exactly what we're solving with Coera. When we break down our market opportunity, we find that our service obtainable market is 687,000 women. These include those that are fashion focused, young individuals, and frequent event goers as well, and influencers. When we look at our primary market research, we conducted a study and found that more than 90% of survey respondents attend 2 or more clear bag required events a year. 61% are unsatisfied with their current options, and 60% are interested in purchasing a Coera bag. They're willing to pay an average of $50 per bag. We found our 2 core target markets. One is our early adopters aged 18 to 34 years old who are interested in a stylish and functional alternative. And then our elevated clientele aged 45 to 54 years old who are looking for a premium option. On top of this, our Instagram has gained a lot of traction. We have over 100 followers, and we already have people asking when and where they can buy a Coera bag. Overall, we have gained a lot of momentum, and Coera is ready to make its mark.
Similarly to our Instagram, we've also gained a lot of traction from recent competitions we participated in. Starting off with the Innovation Expo, where we received awards for investability and booth appeal. Following this, we participated in the 10 West Startup Competition, where we were able to win the Fashion Industry Room and receive an award for being U of A affiliated. Most recently, we participated in Startup Wildcats competition, where we were able to take home a win and receive more funding. All of these competitions combined have provided us with $4,400 in funding, which we plan to reinvest back into our company and help us launch. Along with this, these competitions have also shown us that people see and believe in our vision for Coera. Up next, we'll be representing the University of Arizona in the Inferno Invitational Cup, which will take place in Phoenix. As far as our target markets, we currently have 2 direct competitors that exist. However, they lack in both style and quality. Along with this, we have a few indirect competitors. This can be anywhere from a cheap clear bag on Amazon to a expensive luxury brand such as Kate Spade. However, one thing still remains, and that is that they lack privacy. We have found a gap that currently exists in the market in which we plan to enter. As far as how we'll reach our consumers, we plan on reaching them through 2 different channels. Starting off with direct to consumer. We will sell directly on our online website and through social media such as TikTok Shop. Following this, further down the road, we want to explore doing retail partnerships. This could include partnering up with local boutiques, even like the ones that currently exist on our very own campus. We also want to explore, we want to remain unique as a company. This can include partnering up with local artists for unique designs for covers, as well as offering a sustainable vegan cactus leather to appeal to our sustainable audience.
Now, to build brand awareness, we plan to focus our promotional efforts on collaborating with influencers, partnering with colleges, and taking part in pop-ups around Arizona. We plan to team up with micro-influencers like Riley Suraj and Nicole Leano because they resonate with our target audience and will also bring authentic visibility to our brand. We've strategically chosen colleges like the U of A, ASU, USC, and Stanford because these campuses are known for their trend-setting student culture and strong sports scene. Recently, we've initiated contact with the U of A bookstore regarding potentially selling our bag there once we launch too, which is a very exciting prospect for us. We also plan to take part in large Arizona events such as Dusk, Country Thunder, and Innings Festival. Now let's take a look at our product roadmap designed for a 2-year rollout. Year 1, first quarter, we plan to launch our flagship product, the Little Black Bag. In quarter 2, we will expand our cover color options based on market feedback and real-time trend analysis. In quarter 3, we will launch our on-the-go crossbody bag designed for hands-free convenience. And in quarter 4, we will partner with small boutiques and influencers in order to promote brand awareness and brand recognition. In year 2, quarter 1, we will launch the carry-out tote bag, our largest style offering. In quarter 2, we will focus on scaling by expanding into additional retail and e-commerce platforms. In quarter 3, we will launch our festival fanny, the perfect accessory for high-energy events. And in quarter 4, we'll finish off by launching our very first limited edition collection in order to drive purchase urgency among our customers and also keep our brand fresh and on trend.
Looking at our business model, we've designed it so that we're able to still access our early adopters while providing a healthy profit margin for ourselves. So the base selling price for each bag will be $50 per unit, and that includes 1 clear bag and 1 cover, with every additional cover being $20. If we look at the cost of goods sold for the clear bag, that's looking at $23, with the cover being $10, and that's including all manufacturing and shipping costs. We've actually made the call to produce in the Philippines, not only to access the high number of great cut and sew factories that are there, but also to avoid a lot of the harsh tariffs that are starting to go into place in places like China. So moving over to profitability, we are unique as a startup in that we're expecting to see profitability within our first year. In year 1, we're looking to sell about 5,000 units, and that will reach to 14,000 units by year 5. The growth rate is logarithmic in that the general handbag market does grow at a fairly slow rate, and we'll have a burn rate of about $15,000 per month. Moving into the budget breakdown, we're looking to secure $68,000 in total funding, with the bulk of that going towards our first product order, which is $45,000, netting us about 1,600 units. $10,000 of that is then dedicated to our first 6 months of branding and marketing across all of our total channels. The next $10,000 is related to R&D for future products, as well as securing a utility patent for our magnet-on design. The purpose of this patent is more so to deter other companies from attempting to do what we are doing, and it will also provide firm value to us in the event of a possible buyout, in years 2 to 5. And then the last $3,000 there is related to any shipping materials that we'll need to get the product to the customer. With more venues requiring clear bags each year, Coera provides an all-in-one solution that provides both privacy and style to the user. We thank you for your time and open the floor to questions.
Great job. So 2 questions for you. One, I'd love to hear the history behind the name or where the name came from. And then second, so it sounds like your number 1 reason is functionality for your core demo. But give me from your research what the number 2 reason is for this product and why they would pick it up.
So we chose the name Coera because we wanted to play on the word that it's a cover for your bag, but we also have you covered despite whatever you may be doing. So it fits with your lifestyle. A lot of times women don't know if a clear bag is required for entry at an event, and majority of the time you don't want to walk in exposing all your private items. So it's really, you have to risk it, and then it also affects what you're gonna do after. You don't really want to go to dinner with all of your personal items out. So we just wanted to kind of play on the word, we've got you covered, and with covers, kind of.
Could you repeat the second half of the question? Sorry.
It sounds like the number 1 reason they would purchase your product is functionality. But what, from your research of the core demo you guys are targeting, what's the number
You can take it.
Yeah, so most people, like she was saying, don't want to expose their private items. I have talked to, and all of us have talked to hundreds of women, and they all have the same stories. Either they didn't know that it was a clear bag policy, and so they brought not a clear bag, and they either had to throw it out at the venue, run it back to their car, or like throw it and hide it in a bush and hope it was like still there after the game. These are true stories. Or they don't want to show their items. They're bringing medications, feminine hygiene products, and anything that they don't want to show. Yeah, that's the main reason. Mm-hmm.
Guys, can you go back to the budget breakdown slide where you talked about that one. So can you talk a little about behind these numbers? They just seem maybe a little low to me. So what does it cover and how did you come up with those numbers?
Sure, I can jump on that one as best I can. So was there any area in particular you were concerned about, or do you just want me to walk through all 4 of them there?
Probably the R&D is the number one.
Okay, sure. So on the basis of R&D for developing a product, we do a lot of that development and design in-house. So we're not assuming direct cost on that since we are designing the bag between us 5. And any fees that we have researched in going to the factory for that is less than $1,000 for them to, make a drawing for it and set it up on their machine line basically. So it's a very small amount of money, but more so the cost is related to the actual product production in this case. And then there is a portion of that that's related to, the utility patent acquisition. The base cost that we have gotten from several lawyers that we have talked to is about $5,000 for that implementation. That would just secure us the patent in providing that value for us. So that doesn't include direct legal defense and stuff like that, because that can go up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's defending on an what if is essentially what we're established there. Does that help answer the question?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Second question, if you can go back to the competitor slide, what is stopping some of your indirect competitors from just adding, that $16 bag? If they just added a cover on there, why do you guys have the advantage, and why will they not do that, or haven't they done that?
Do you want to jump on that with the branding?
Well, besides the patent that we're right now trying to acquire, a big part of what we're trying to do is build a brand. We want people to recognize it the same way Kate Spade is recognized, the same way any name brand is, so that if people will want to replicate us, if they can, it will still not be, people will still want to choose our brand over the others because of the brand we've built.
Thank you.
One of the things I was thinking about as you all were presenting, first, I remember this is a real issue, not for me, but for my wife. When we try to go to games, and we have to run back to the car. One of the things I was thinking about is possibly, this is more of an idea, of customizing the bag, or customizing the size of the bag, if you will. Because I think it'd be hard for, people can actually enter the market, right? But I think if you customize it, it may offer you become even more unique. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of work to do that, but just something to think about.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yes, and also all the covers are customizable, so we're going to have them in different colors, licensed with different universities, and go on from there. Yes.
Thank you, Coera.
Thank you, Coera. When Eric was explaining the financials, he said the word logarithmic. And I thought, I should know what that means, I bet. So afterwards, Eric, if you could explain what logarithmic means, I was never too good at math. All right, so we are pressing on. We're halfway through the 16s. So let's see here. this gentleman, Thomas Watson, he had the brilliant thought that I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers. I literally, in my bag, carry 3. So I could fit 2 more and be good. Between me and Bjorkman, we've got 8, we just decided. Okay, so here we are. We're on to team number 4. The judges are finishing their score sheets. So the 4th team, if you would come on down, water.
Cheers, boys.
You guys all ready? Once the
Ready?
Most of us think we drink enough water, but do we really? Dehydration drains your energy, burns focus, and sneaks up when you least expect it. That's why we created water, the smart hydration pump that turns any bottle into a health drink. It tracks how much you drink, reminds you to hydrate, and filters every sip. No more guessing, no more bad water days. Water. Stay on track. Drink smarter.
Did you know that 75% of Americans don't drink enough water, damaging their health and wellness with every sip they don't take? We're Water on the Run. I'm Jacob, here with Quincy, Ty, and Jaden, and we're here to revolutionize the way you hydrate. With dehydration being one of the leading causes of hospitalization within the US, this is a serious problem that quite often gets overlooked. People get busy within their lives and they forget to drink water. With current options being manually tracking your hydration, which is inefficient and quite often inaccurate, or buying a bulky, expensive smart water bottle, there's not a great solution out there for you. That's where we come in. With our ubiquitous 2-piece filter lid and tracking puck, we ensure you drink the right quality water and the right amount of water. Our 2-piece product is universally attachable to any water bottle that you own, and our tracking puck seamlessly integrates into our proprietary iOS app. Within our iOS app, we have a custom algorithm that takes in your height, weight, activity level, region you live in, and your gender to ensure you're drinking the precise amount that you need daily. With push notifications and daily reminders, we make sure you stay on top of your game. Now that you've heard about the product, I'm going to pass it to Quincy to go in depth about our marketing strategy.
Thank you, Jacob. Now, looking at our market, we're entering a blue ocean with a global TAM of $9.67 billion. But once we apply our initial target market of 18 to 35-year-old health-conscious individuals, that breaks down further into $1.47 billion. But then from there, we've actually found comparative companies in different industries that were able to gain 8.5% market share after innovation. So we are confident that we can gain 7.5% market share, especially considering our CAGR of 7% in this industry. With that being said, that leaves us with a total SAM, serviceable addressable market of $110 million. Now let's go a little bit more into our pricing for the product itself. We're initially pricing it at $44.99 for the puck and the filter itself. This is because we want to make it very affordable for anybody to access. But from there, we have a COGS of $18.50. And that leaves us with very healthy margins. And included in the COGS is actually the free shipping itself. Once again, it's very important to make this somewhat of an accessible object, so we've turned the free shipping into the price of the cost. Now, looking at our marketing itself, we are launching direct-to-consumer via our online storefront, so that anybody can access us with a click of a button across the globe. But from there, we actually want to work through social media marketing with local micro-influencers, such as college students, and we want to work through communities through their sports teams, their educational institutions, as well as mom-and-pop shops. Now, as you can see, we want to expand into retail after that, and the whole point of the initial strategy is to get on-the-ground marketing so that we can build brand equity and continue our growth, can diversify our revenue streams by getting into retail, and get our product in front of new target markets such as parents who care about what their kids are consuming. Now, finally, I just want to talk a little bit more about our customer acquisition costs and our customer lifetime value. Our customer acquisition costs are about $10, and this is based on a 1.5% click-through rate, as well as a 5% conversion rate in the wellness sector. Beyond that, our customer lifetime value is $160, and this is based off of our initial, them buying the initial product, a boot so that they can attach it to a second water bottle, and 2 rounds of filtration packages. Now I'll pass it off to Ty, who's going to talk a little bit more about our product roadmap.
Thanks, Quincy. So in Water's first year, we really want to hit the ground running with finalizing our product as well as working with manufacturers, building those early relationships. We also want to start our aggressive marketing strategy to build brand awareness, letting people know who we are, what we do, and how we do it. We also want to initial a first round of beta testing to an exclusive group of individuals, like friends, family, and other, like Quincy said, micro-influencers. And then in Q4, we're going to do a Kickstarter campaign, which I'll talk more about later, to raise some capital as well as have a good idea about the first purchase order. In year 2, we are going to launch in Q1. This is also going to be around where we see our first filter renewals in Q2. We do expect our filters to last around 3 to 4 months, and you do get one in your initial package. We're also going to work with health app integration with apps such as Apple Health and AI hydration goals. And then to keep the excitement going in Q4, we're going to release new colorways as well as compatibility with a variety of water bottles. For location, we are planning on incorporating in Delaware due to its business-friendly laws, and we're going to be handling the inventory ourselves out of Phoenix, as that's where most of us will be. If it ever gets too much for a house or apartment, we can rent a temperature-controlled storage unit at a relatively low cost as compared to a warehouse. We have a path to profitability in year 2, with year 1 net profits being just under or negative $50,000, and year 2 profits quickly recuperating that at over $250,000, leaving us with around $200,000 over the first 2 years. And we have a strong 5-year growth, with year 5 ending at gross revenue of over $20 million and net profits of over $5 million. Going back to the crowdfunding I was talking about earlier, one of our comps, Lark, which is actually a smart water bottle, they were able to get 12,000 backers at an over $100 price point to raise $1.2 million in capital. We expect that we can raise or have just as many backers, plus the pre-sales throughout the year. We're expecting around 13,500 orders for our initial launch in Q1 of year 2. This will allow us to be prepared with the exact number of units that we need to order so that we can not over or under order and still have some capital for a runway that Jaden will talk about a little bit later. Some important financial metrics that we're looking at are a burn rate of $31,000 a month in year 1, moving to $50,000 a month in year 2 due to increased R&D costs, increased marketing, as well as admin and overhead. Jaden will talk about funding in a little bit, but it will give us a 12-month runway that we can use to create a 6-month runway with our crowdfunding. And over the first 2 years, we are expecting to sell 53,000 units at $2.1 million in revenue and just under $200,000 in profit. I'm going to hand it off to Jaden to talk about our prototyping as well as our next steps.
Thanks, Ty. Judges, what you see behind me is a low-fidelity prototype that we presented at Innovation Expo, allowing us to win gold in communication and fluency, investability, as well as bronze in social impact. It included the puck component, and our resident tech officer right here, Jacob, put together all the necessary hardware components to demonstrate how we would track that data and what kind of metrics you would be seeing. But even though we won Innovation Expo, we weren't satisfied. So, in the meantime, we've been working with an aerospace engineer who also has manufacturing expertise to design V2 of our product. Some innovations that we've made since the original product are a boot that will attach to a wider SKU of products, as well as a locking mechanism so that our puck can be more customizable across different SKUs. Now, judges, we've told you the dream, but how do we make it a reality? Well, with money, of course. How much money do we need? We'll start with $7,000 of funding for our initial POs. This will be 378 units that we will give to friends, family, and early adopters for our beta testing that Ty kind of touched on earlier. Then we will need an additional $100,000 for R&D, so this will be as we move through different iterations. It will pay for mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, and any additional tooling or design that we have to do, as well as when we move to an actual manufacturer in case they would have different processes for producing than our engineer does. And then finally, $78,000 in capital expenditures. As we know in business, if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. We've given ourselves 78,000 chances to correct those problems. I like our odds. Where will this funding come from? The founders have agreed to give an internal investment of $20,000 because while sweat equity is great, it's nice to have some real equity as well. $350,000 of external investment, which we will look from by leveraging existing investor relations both personally and professionally, giving us total initial capital requirements of $370,000. Now, judges, you may be asking yourself, where's water running to? Or you just want to hear the next steps because it's your fourth presentation. Either way, I'm your guy. As I said, we're going for the $370,000 in funding. This will allow us to finish up our prototyping and hit the ground running in marketing. Then we'll move into beta testing. As Ty said, we want to give the product to a few early adopters so they can test our product and we can make sure we're delivering what consumers have asked for. We're moving towards our pilot model and we want to make sure when it hits the market, it's going to take off. And finally, marketing. If you can't tell, we're pretty passionate about water. So passionate, we didn't even take time to spell it right. We just started the company. It had nothing to do with SEO. And as Quincy said, we're in a blue ocean and we want to make some waves. So we plan to use that $140,000 to hit the market fast, hard, and create as many waves as possible, making sure that nobody has a water bottle without water in it and without water on it. Judges, finally, I'm going to ask you to imagine a world where there's not just a company, but a movement. A movement about people like you and me who want to revolutionize the way we hydrate on the go, wherever we go. Then I want you to imagine being a part of that movement because you voted for us today and invested in tomorrow. Make our dream the world's reality. Let's join us on this journey and we'll get water on the run running. Thank you.
Great presentation, guys. This is like an age thing for me, I think, but what, a market that you didn't talk about, which is the monitoring of the senior market, and, from, rest homes and things, and doctors and hospital rooms, that would seem like it would be a really good place where you want to monitor, rather than the vanity market, which is just people trying to stay healthy, which I'm not dismissing, it's there, but can you talk about that a little bit?
Amazing question. I'm going to let my partner Quincy talk about that.
Thank you, Jed. So you're kind of asking about that second market over the vanity market. Is that the gist of your question? Okay. So we've actually looked into that. Our main approach right now is trying to get into the vanity market because we don't have enough money at this point to go do the R&D and transfer this into something that can be used very easily in those for them. However, we are targeting that market specifically later on because we do see that it's an issue, and we want to give them the ability in their everyday life to do that, but we don't have the capabilities right now to create a specific item that will be used in those hospitals, and that's why we've targeted the initial target market so that we can get funding, continue our idea, and then kind of transition later on. Same with the parents market. They're caring about what their kids are consuming. So we're trying to expand. That's kind of down the road, but initially we're looking at the vanity market because it's our easiest entrance.
Good job. So it's 2-in-1, right? I just want to make sure I understand. It's both the filter and the measuring thing. Okay. Why did you decide to package it together and not? I'm just thinking like a lot of the people who care about this may already have filtered water. So why is it not, an option to buy one or the other separately, or just the basic?
Great question, Emily. I'm going to let Ty talk about that.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the whole movement with this is having water anywhere on the go. I don't know if we made it super clear, but water stands for water on the run. So this is targeted towards busy individuals that may not always have access to their filtered at-home water. So we really want to target this towards the individuals that are busy. They're at work maybe until 8, 9 p.m. They can't always get to their filtered water. So they can fill this up in their office sink and still be drinking clean water that tastes good, that they can enjoy, so that they can stay hydrated throughout the day.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Congratulations, you guys did really well. I still come back to what he the other market. Can you give me a breakdown of what your market is right now? Because I didn't really understand why you only chose that market.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let Quincy answer that.
Yeah. So our initial target market, that's kind of what you're asking. I want to make sure I have this clear why we chose that. Honestly, a lot of it started with, we're all around college students, and we saw this as an issue in our own lives. And so from there, we wanted to kind of expand we were looking through a lot of markets. What markets are going to be the best ones? And we realized that our expertise kind of lay a lot right now in the 18 to 35-year-old health-conscious market, because we understand that market better than we do the other ones. Additionally with that, we've done a lot of research on what market sizings, and the 18 to 35 health-conscious markets tends to be bigger than the other ones for this specific type of product.
Okay, just give him the number one point difference versus your competition.
Awesome question, Wendy. I'll take that one. So as we mentioned earlier, it is a blue ocean because while there are products that are smart water bottles, we're a little more ubiquitous in the fact that we have a boot that attaches to different product SKUs. And we like to think that we turn competition into cooperation because our product can attach to a Hydro Flask or a Yeti or any of the other major water bottle distributors. So we're not actually competing with them for the market share of those, like people that are buying those water bottles. We're an attachment in addition. So we'll be looking to make strategic partnerships and as well as heavy marketing initiatives to promote ourselves as the cool, sleek product that we are in order to gain significant market share, and we should see a high CAGR of personal business from that.
And have you guys thought about, because wearables are such an important piece of business right now, like Coera or partnering with any other companies?
That's a great question. Jacob's going to answer.
Yeah, we're definitely looking to have Apple Health integration. I think that's going to be the biggest one, because if we can get that, then it opens a lot more windows within iOS and with Samsung and Android Health. So I think that's definitely going to be our biggest pivotal connection there if we can do that.
Take a look at them. Touch them both at the same time.
Okay, moving on. Here's what I learned on that one. If you ever go to lunch with Jaden and you hand him the check, he's probably going to look and say, let me pass this on to the next guy. So don't go to lunch with Jaden. Good job, guys. All right, we are moving forward. Somebody just texted me who's watching it on the live stream. They said you guys look great. And they said I look fabulous. So who would have thought? It's Joanne. Hello, Joanne. She judges with us. A lot of us know Joanne McMaster. She couldn't join us this year, but she says hello. So, all right, we're moving on to team number 5. Let's move forward here. Judges are finishing out there. We have another interesting quote from Robert Metcalf. He says, I predict the internet will soon go spectacularly supernova and in 1996 catastrophically collapse. I think he was wrong. But it was the 1900s, so you never know. A lot of stuff didn't make it out of there. Okay, team number 5. All right, team number 5, come on down. Better.
Okay.
Okay. This isn't like a fruit service.
No.
No.
I wouldn't give you that even if I could, so. However you keep a calendar, if you're anything like us, you're constantly going from one thing to the next without any time to sit down and enjoy a nutritious meal. When you do have the time to grab a quick snack, these are the options presented to you. In today's market, finding clean protein options can feel nearly impossible. Many products are loaded with artificial ingredients that not only taste bad, are bad for you, but nobody can even pronounce. Consumers have started to value what they're putting into their bodies, leading a shift towards wanting clean and quality ingredients. The problem is there, the demand is there, but the other options haven't caught up, leaving a major gap in the market, looking for a product that can deliver on all three fronts: clean, simple, convenient.
And that's why we created a Better solution. Better is a single-serving protein packet with 5 ingredients that can mix into any beverage. One packet of Better contains 15 grams of protein, and with the 3 key supplements added, you'll feel reduced stress, an overall balanced mood, and an increase in energy without caffeine or sugar.
The protein powder industry in the U.S. is valued at $9.8 billion and has a compound annual growth rate of 12%. Our target market of women ages 18 to 40 make up roughly 18% of that market, leaving us with a total attainable market of $1.8 billion. If we estimate our regional sales for the first year and assume that we can capture 0.5% of the market through online sales, we get an obtainable market of $18 million just in our first year. With the industry growing so rapidly and the increased emphasis on personal health and wellness post-COVID, this industry has been deemed recession resistant, and we can expect to see it grow continuously in the next 5 years.
While no one makes the exact same product as we do, we have many indirect competitors and substitutes. Our closest competitor is Coera, due to similarities in quality ingredients that offer multiple benefits. However, Coera retails at $4.66 per serving, which is more than double the price per serving of Better, making them inaccessible to a large portion of the target market who's looking for an affordable solution to everyday wellness. This pricing gap presents a strategic opportunity for us to come in and capture not only our aspirational buyers, but those value-conscious consumers who are looking for an affordable option.
We plan to attack our marketing strategy from 3 separate avenues: social media and PR, podcasts, and NIL partnerships. The first part of our social media strategy will focus on building our authentic brand presence while also partnering with influencers. We really want to focus on the influencers that are already here at the University of Arizona, specifically Avery Gay, who is a dancer here and has over 100,000 followers on TikTok and Instagram. Additionally, we want to expand into PR. To do this, we want to give away free samples of our product to different organizations and social sororities here on campus. But the real strength of our marketing strategy lies in affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing utilizes groups of nano and micro influencers to drive sales across platforms like TikTok Shop. Secondly, we really want to expand into podcast marketing because of the increased popularity among the younger demographic and its increased popularity as a media source as well. Looking ahead, the first podcast we want to target is The Psychology of Your 20s. This podcast details the struggles that young women face in their mid-20s. But we don't want to alienate the second half of our target market. So to tap into millennials, we want to expand into podcasts like The Skinny Confidential and Huberman Lab. This way, we're targeting our market from 18 to 40 as a whole.
Our third avenue is NIL partnerships. NIL allows athletes to generate revenue based off of their name, image, and likeness, including brand deals and partnerships. We worked with Arizona women's basketball player Paulina Paris to see what the future of NIL deals will look like for Better. NIL is relatively new to the marketing industry, and so we hope to use our early entrance into NIL to combat our late entry into the wellness industry. As a current Arizona Athletics employee myself, we have already started leveraging existing relationships with athletes and coaches.
Now that we've explained our marketing strategy, let's take a closer look about how we're going to bring our product to market and start generating sales. Customers can buy the 15-pack of our product online through our e-commerce website. The 15-pack is priced at $28 and is available in the options of strawberry lemonade, vanilla, unflavored, and the variety pack. Additionally, we have instilled a subscribe and save model where customers can subscribe to receive the product on a recurring basis at a 10% price discount. Also on our website, we will be selling better branded merch to generate a secondary revenue stream and build our brand identity. As you can see here, we'll be selling our reusable glass water bottles, hats, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. This is a popular tactic used amongst companies that prioritize building a community and culture around their brands. This allows us to deepen our connection with our audience by becoming a part of their everyday lives, turning our brand from a product into a lifestyle. Additionally, we will sell individual packets of our product as part of our brick-and-mortar sales strategy starting right here in Tucson. Individual packets will be priced at $1.99 and can be found in local businesses such as Pilates and yoga studios and Ike's Coffee right here at Eller. With this brick-and-mortar strategy, we hope to capitalize on those impulse purchasers who are looking for a convenient on-the-go option with clean and quality ingredients. As we gain traction, we aim to launch into bigger retail spaces such as Sephora and Ulta because we know these are popular amongst our target market, and a large majority of their sales are due to those last-minute impulse purchases by the checkout line.
We expect to begin sales in August of 2025 with our 15 packs priced at $28. These cost us $17.95 to make, and that includes the product itself, its packaging, and shipping, leaving us with a profit margin of roughly 36%. Our individual packets will be priced at $1.99 with a slightly higher margin of around 40%. Both margins are in line with the industry standard and give us room to play with commission percentages or any discounting promotions we may want to have. One other thing to note is that we are manufactured in the US, meaning we can not only verify our clean ingredients, but also reduce costs when it comes to shipping and logistics. Looking forward, by the end of year one, we expect to have sold roughly 28,000 units for revenues just under $800,000. By the end of year 5, we expect to be selling 5 million units for revenues over $150 million.
Despite all of the effort we've put into our financial planning, product development, and marketing strategy, we know the real strength of our team lies in who we are. We all have extremely different backgrounds and skill sets, but when we formed our team 8 months ago, we all realized we have one thing in common. We are all extremely busy, health-conscious consumers. And it's that commonality that led us to create Better. We are our own target market. It's why we're so invested in seeing this product come to life. Alongside our strength as a team, we've spent countless hours with product development. We've consulted with friends, families, focus groups, and interviews, and also a naturopathic doctor to ensure that our ingredients are great and can come together to create a holistic approach to wellness. So with that, we are ready for market for our product. We know we are better together, but we invite you to be better with us as well. And to make Better a reality, we're looking for an initial external investment of $250,000. The other $50,000 you see on the screen will come from us, friends and family, and our network. With this $250,000, we want to allocate it to our first inventory purchases in month 1 and month 3, and our other marketing expenses. We know $250,000 won't last forever, so as we approach the end of our runway, we want to look into Series A funding. Also, we have calculated that initial investment of $250,000 will earn you a 10.8x return on your investment. But we're not just here to build a better product, a better brand, or a better company. We're here to build a better future. Thank you.
Great job. I love her branding.
Thank you.
Just a similar question to the last team. What's your number 1 or 2 point of difference?
Yes, definitely. So being our own target market, we have like a really unique approach to like what would we do, what would we pay for here, and so we really want to capitalize on the affordability here, especially as that younger demographic that doesn't have a lot of purchasing power, but also a lot of our position comes from We want to be a part of your lifestyle. We're building something that people can add into a drink. We're not asking you to change something. We're just asking you to add something to make your life a little bit better.
Great. And then just one other question. Your margin that you showed, the 36%, was your margin direct to consumer, is what you're saying? And
yes,
that's a tough margin. It's a good margin, but once you include any retail, do you guys have thoughts about expansion into retail, or you mainly want to stay direct to consumer?
Yes, so that margin is just what we get from our manufacturer and what we're given for that. So it's the margin on our most expensive product. So we have our strawberry lemonade, our vanilla, our unflavored, and the variety. So that's the margin you see for the variety pack. The rest of them have slightly higher margins. So we're also accounting for that in our full model. And then to answer your question about retail, that we're looking into in year 3. So as of right now, we don't have the resources for that or the money for that, but it's taken into account for our years 3, 4, and 5 projections.
I have a question, because there's a lot of, protein powder, things of that nature on the market. And so I always, when I see these new innovative things in regards to health and fitness, I always think about, what is the why behind the business?
Yes, Yes, definitely. So initially when we started brainstorming from absolutely nothing, what we wanted to do, something I do every single morning is I take a scoop of protein powder and I put it in a shaker with espresso and almond milk, and I shake it up and I go to my 8 a.m. And so I'm walking out the door at about 7:52, which isn't great. So it's very on the go, it's very fast, it's very efficient. So I wanted something, and supplements have always interested me as an individual, but it's a very intimidating thing to get into. If you walk into some of those supplement shops, you're like, I don't even know where to start. So what we did is we did the research here, we consulted with the naturopathic doctor, and we put all of the best 5 ingredients for that holistic approach in one place. So you can just check a box at the beginning of the day and said, I did something good for myself. I put protein in there, collagen, L-theanine, B12, rhodiola rosea. They all come together just to improve your overall mood, your wellness, and it gives you that little kick of protein as well. So although Coera is a close competitor and you can find similar things, here we're looking for that quick, easy fix for people who don't want to do the research, who want to kind of get into wellness, but they're very intimidated. They're a great first touch point for them.
With the product also, can you go back to the slide about the different competitors? And I know you mentioned that you guys are late adapters, so if you want to just elaborate on this part, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. As he stated, there is a lot of different options within the protein and wellness industry, which is why we want to take an all-in-one convenience approach. As you can see here, dividing this per serving, given that you're consuming it 5 times per week times 52 times a year, that's where we got the total for the year, better stands out as the cheaper alternative while still having those quality ingredients that offer multiple benefits.
And to add on to that as well, you can see with Clean Simple Eats, they kind of have a similar single serving packet here, but with them, the whey protein and the collagen on all those ingredients are split up into different packets. You're not receiving all of those ingredients in one single serving of Clean Simple Eats.
Do you think it would help if you had the doctor who you worked with or the nutritionist with the seal of approval? What do these other companies do? So I don't know that much about this market, but it would seem to be to say you do a good job of listing all your ingredients and benefits, but it's instead of coming from you, who's the expert that's going to say this is a great product and we developed it with such and such?
Yeah, definitely. So a large part, as we've stated, was meeting with a naturopathic doctor to 1, find ingredients that work well together, 2, ingredients that everyone can benefit from, and 3, that have little to no taste so that it can be mixed into anything. So that's a great point about other brands and their credibility on that, and that's definitely something that we can look into moving forward. Also, as we start to develop our future products, such as better workout, better sleep, etc., that will definitely take into account with our research and development costs. Thank you.
Okay, as the judges complete their scorecard for better, we find ourselves at the 6th and final team for the morning session. Again, this will be our last team. Then from here, we will adjourn to the trade show showcase out in the atrium where all the teams will be on display and we can go ask them questions and talk to them. And then in the afternoon session, there will be 3 selected by the judges to compete in the medal round. So, before we announce that, we need to point out that Richard van der Riet Woolley in 1956 said space travel is utter bilge. I don't even know what bilge is. But waste, okay. Well, apparently not, because there are space travel. All right, so the 6th and final team, again, this was all randomly, so it was picked. Come on down, Lumigard.
Good, almost afternoon, everyone. We want to thank the judges for taking the time to be here today, our advisors for helping us along our venture journey, and our classmates watching and supporting us from the bleachers or the stands, I guess. I want to take a moment to introduce my team. My name is Annika Patel.
My name is Jacob Chancia. I'm Andrew Posen.
I'm Maitreyi Dudwedkar. Now let's take a second to go over today's agenda. First, we're going to be going over the problem we're here to solve today, moving into our value proposition and exactly what our company is proud of, going into all things prototyping, following with our product's roadmap to success, then all things finance, all things marketing, and then a quick wrap up. Now, I want to set the scene for the type of audience that will be interested in what we have to offer today. Let's say you're a working professional with your own furry companion. The most convenient times of day to walk your dog are early in the morning or late in the evening, also known as low light conditions. Now, for those of us who call Tucson and other desert regions home know that there may be some pesky desert creatures lurking in the shadows that may be of danger to both you and man's best friend. Actually, coyotes and other wildlife tend to be more active during those low light times of day where we tend to walk our dogs. Now, if you look on the market currently, there is no leash specifically designed and tailored to protect you and your dog from any low light conditions. But that is just a problem our team is here to solve today. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you all to Lumigard. We are a premium pet leash accessory company with our own product, Lumigard, specifically designed to give you, as the owner, greater control over the safety of yourself and your dog. Our leash includes dynamic safety features, such as a 360-degree lighting feature, a UV light feature, a safety alarm, and made with quality materials that will make you reach for Lumigard for all your dog walking needs. Now to Jacob to begin discussing prototyping.
Thank you, Annika. Me and my team are extremely excited to show you all the Lumigard leash prototype that we have here with us today. Our journey all started back in November when we first started working on low-fidelity prototypes, drawings, and mock-ups of what we wanted to include in our product and what we wanted it to look like. Fast forward into January is when we had the formation of our engineering team. We were able to connect with a CAD specialist through a site called Fiverr, as well as work with an on-campus engineer who's a student here at the University of Arizona, and as both were able to help us go through multiple rounds of testing and trial to improve the product integrity, as well as make these minor changes throughout the process. That has led us to where we are today with the Lumigard leash. As you can see, this is a CAD model of our handle. This is what makes our product so unique and allows us to have all of these safety components all stored within the handle and easily controlled by the user as they feel. As you can see on the leash that Annika is holding here, it has a 2-in-1 lighting feature that, as the range of the light can be controlled by the user, as well as has an LED light function and a UV light function, which is great for detecting those critters such as scorpions or rattlesnakes. Below the light is an alarm system that can be triggered by pulling the pin and simply stop by placing the pin back in the slot. This is great for deterring those predators such as coyotes or mountain lions, or alarming those in the area that you may be in danger. For the leash itself, we have decided to use a heavy-duty corded material lined in reflective material to help make you and your pet more visible on that journey. But with that being said, I'll give it back to Annika to talk more about our roadmap.
Thank you, Jacob. Now I'll be going over Lumigard's roadmap to success. We began in Q1 by finalizing our MVP with manufacturers and sourcing all of our components. Going into Q2, we'll work on the overall handle ergonomics to make for the most comfortable dog walking experience. In Q3, we'll release different sizing options for the length of the leash depending on user preference for the length of the lead itself. Going into later quarters, we're going to launch different summer and holiday colorways so you can accessorize your pet as you wish. And by the end of Q8, we'll be able to consolidate all manufacturing and source everything in-house. Now to Andrew to begin talking about our finances.
Thank you, Annika. So when it comes to our finances, we start with the gross profit around $19,000, going all the way up to $1.8 million in year 5. As you can see, we have a huge growth span from year 4 to year 5 as we plan to go into retail. Along with this, when it comes to our net income, we do start a deficit of around $3,000 in year 1, but we do reach profitability in year 2, ending in year 5 with a net income of around $1.2 million. Along with this, we have a gross margin of around 59.6% on our product with a net margin of 39.4%. With this, we had some assumptions in which we have a steady increase in consumer adoption rates. We're selling our units for $49.99 each. We're producing in the United States of America, and with this, it does cost us $13.50 to produce each unit, and it is $4.50 per unit to ship domestically. So with this, we need some rounds of funding. We're going to have 1 internal round and 3 external. Initially, we're going to have $25,000 internally raised in month 1 for our launch. After this, we're going to have our first external round, which will be in month 3, which will be for our first MVP, and produce our first 500 units to sell. After this, in month 25, we plan to have our expansion financing from when we go into our own office space to produce our own thing. And then lastly, in month 37, we have our growth financing when we plan to expand our product line, new colorways, and things of that nature. In total, we're using $100,000 total capital for this product. 25% is going to be internal, 75% external. Now I'm going to pass off to Maitrey, who's going to go into marketing.
So when we examine the options for leashes on the market, specifically leashes that you can use in low light conditions, we see leashes like the Lumifun leash that has a strip of LED lights across the length of the leash, or something like the Snuggle Paws retractable leash that has a very small flashlight on the handle. But there are no products currently on the market that have the unique combination of the UV and LED flashlight on the handle, as well as the safety alarm. And we believe that this unique combination of technology and our safety features will allow us to carve out a niche in the pet leash market. We plan to headquarter our company in Phoenix, Arizona, and we plan to sell nationwide using our e-commerce platform. However, we do want to target our marketing efforts, specifically our micro-influencer marketing efforts, to the southwest region of the United States, because this region has the threats that are most directly addressed by our leash, which are going to be scorpions, rattlesnakes, and coyotes. Moving forward to our market, our target addressable market is going to be the overall spend on pet accessories online in the United States, which is $2.85 billion. Narrowing that down even further by product category, which is leashes, and also consumer shopping preferences, so consumers that purchase pet products solely online and purchase pet products online and in store. We narrowed down our serviceable addressable market to $363 million. Based on our projected revenues over 5 years, we believe that we can capture 1.35% market share, or have a serviceable obtainable market of around $4.9 million. And we'll do this with our selling price of $49.99. Now that we've identified our market that we're going to be selling in, who is our ideal customer? Our ideal customer is someone like Emma Walker. Emma is a 34-year-old marketing professional. She lives in suburban Arizona with her dog Max. She is very safety conscious and technology oriented, and she's especially safety conscious because there's been a recent spike in coyote sightings in her neighborhood. This is where Lumigard comes in. It's a product that will keep herself and her pet safe when she's walking in those low light conditions when her schedule allows her to walk her pet.
To make sure that we're reaching our customers like Emma and anyone else in our target market of ages 30 to 49, we're going to leverage a 4-pronged digital marketing strategy. We'll start with TikTok micro-influencers, and as I mentioned earlier, we'll pick influencers that live in the southwest region of the United States and have them make videos showcasing how our product is used so that their audience can understand how Lumigard works, and we'll also provide them with affiliate codes so that their followers can go onto our website and purchase our product with a discount. Additionally, we want to use YouTube and Facebook advertising, and we want to make these ads in a video form so that people can see how the product is used rather than just looking at a picture or reading a product description. Additionally, we want to leverage Google search ads because as people are searching for pet accessories, pet safety accessories, we want our website to show up closer to the top of search results so that we can direct more traffic towards our e-commerce site. Now, to round out our presentation, we wanted to speak about our product market fit. We know that our product is desirable to consumers because we interviewed and surveyed consumers, and we found that 53% of people worry about their own safety and their pet safety when walking in low light conditions. We know that this product is feasible because we were able to create a fully functional minimum viable product that addresses key needs of tech-savvy pet owners. Lastly, we know that this product is viable because we're projected to capture a 1.35% market share in an industry that's growing with a 7% growth rate year over year. In conclusion, Lumigard wants to light the night so that you can guard the walk, keeping you and your pets safe. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and we're ready to hear your questions.
Good job. So that last part you were talking about, the validation you've done and the desirability, can you just elaborate on what type of research and like what the data is there, how many people you surveyed or that
Yeah,
sort of thing?
can you go down a few slides?
Down.
Or past this, yeah. Keep going. Okay, so in the beginning of the year, we surveyed a group of people just that we know through our network, and we also did some in-depth interviews with some pet owners, and we asked them, keep going.
More.
Yeah. So we asked them, like, what are they concerned about when they're on walks in low light conditions? And we found, again, that 53% of respondents are really concerned for their safety. They said that when walking, like, really early in the morning, they see a lot of student drivers that are driving really fast on roads, and especially in Arizona and in Tucson, we don't have a lot of street lights because it's a low light pollution city. And so we were thinking about all those factors kind of when putting this product together. And we asked people, like, how would they feel more safe? Would it be lights? Would it be an alarm? Would it be a combination? And they responded positively to that combination.
And what about outside of Tucson? Have you done research on specific areas? Because obviously, like, Phoenix doesn't have the lighting concerns.
Right, yeah. So it's again, with the lighting concerns, it's any low light conditions anywhere in any terrain. We also know that those threats like scorpions, rattlesnakes, coyotes, those exist all across the Southwest. I'm from California. We have some people from Colorado. So just in our personal experience, we know that these threats exist, and we wanted to see if we could do something to alleviate people's stress or just have peace of mind when they're taking their pets on walks.
Yeah, just to kind of add on to her point a little bit. So she brought up the low light cities. There's over 170 of those in the United States alone, and that's not including rural cities or small mountain towns. I know, being from Colorado, I live in a very small mountain town. There's not a lot of lighting, and that's a very common theme when you're not in the city itself. So when you're walking your dog in these low lit conditions, it can be kind of awkward with a lot of the wildlife that you encounter.
I just wanted to know, look, first, great presentation. Thank you for your hard work on this. Just a quick question I had. How did you get to the 1.35% market share?
Yeah, so I can go through all the math. So the online pet supplies retail industry is $28.5 billion. And we estimated that 10% of those sales are pet accessories, so that's $2.85 billion for our target addressable market. Then we narrowed down around 31% of pet accessory sales are leashes, so we narrowed that down, and then 40% of consumers purchase pet products either solely online or in a combination of online and retail stores. So we narrowed that down to $363 million. And then for our market share, we looked at our projected revenues over 5 years, and we believe we're gonna have around $5 million in projected revenues, and so that is 1.35% of our serviceable addressable market
the 363 million.
In one of your slides, you mentioned manufacturing.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that a little and how that will affect your bottom line?
Yeah. What do you mean by sorry? With the bottom line, do you mean our revenues?
Yes.
We spoke to producers in the United States or manufacturers in the United States. Originally, we were actually going to produce overseas, but due to political uncertainty currently going on in the country, we decided it would be more cheaper to produce in the United States. We do keep the gross margin at 59.6% because it does cost us $13.50 per unit to produce with the manufacturer we're currently speaking to in Phoenix. And then we also said we're shipping domestically, so it is $4.50 to ship, which we did save major tariff cost and shipping cost by producing in the United States instead of overseas. That's what you meant.
What's the cost comparison for your retail price versus just a premium leash? And
Great question. So when we were analyzing the market, there's a lot of different players here. So things like Illumifund, like this first leash right here, that's sold on like Amazon, Chewy, Petco. You find hundreds of retailers that are kind of selling in that $10 to $15 price range. Then we have something like this leash, that would be the Snuggle Paws, that would be around like the $25 to $30 price range. Then we also see sellers like Celine and Hermes that are selling like luxury pet leashes that are made out of leather, and those are in the hundreds of dollars of price range. So it depends on like the brand, obviously, with those luxury companies, but because of the features that we're providing and the quality of our product, we believe that we're priced at a pretty competitive rate, and we also want this to be the only leash that someone's purchasing. A lot of people purchase like 3 $10 to $15 leashes, but they'll break. We want this to be like the one leash that they can ride or die with and don't have to worry about repurchasing in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so that was our final team of the morning. So the judges, wait, we've got a slide. Okay, so we are going to, judges are going to finish their scorecards and submit them. And we're going to have intermission, and students are going to head up to the trade show and man their tables. And then we will reconvene here, and there will be an announcement of the 3 teams, again, in the same format, 1, 2, 3, that will make it to the medal round. So we hope to see all of you back here at 2 o'clock. So there's time to get some food and take a break, and then we'll see you at the trade show. So thank you, everyone, for coming, and we will see you this afternoon.
We got some, pay attention, that's why they're advisors. All right, listen, welcome back. We have some interesting news. As you know, we were moving from the 6 teams that presented down to 3 teams. We have a tie. So there'll be 4 teams presenting in this last round. Okay? So, everybody sharp? Everybody ready? I think it's time for Ted. I will turn it over to our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. McGuire. Big round of applause.
All right, so we are going to get into the medal round now. There will be 3 winners and 1 loser. So I don't want to sugarcoat it, all right? Wasn't it true? So how did they get here? For those of you that are just joining us, they started on Tuesday. 11 teams pitched to panels of judges. From there, they went down to 6 teams that presented this morning in front of another panel of judges. And finally, that leads us to what we were thinking was going to be 3, but the scoring led us to 4. So there will be 4 teams that are presenting in the medal round to new judges. So why don't we say hello to these kind folks that will be the judges for the afternoon. So if you would like to read their extensive bios, you can use the QR code and read them. I will not read them to you because that's boring. But I will tell you what I know of them. So on my right here is Marisol. I never know what you try. Flores Aguirre, sorta. I hope I didn't offend an entire language. But Marisol has done many things. She is the Director of Southern Arizona and Mexico Affairs for Governor Hobbs' office. But her greatest achievement, Marisol, is that her and I were office mates here in the center when she was an adjunct professor. So she would sit right next to me, and we would have colorful, wonderful conversations. And so thank you for joining us today, Marisol. Next to Marisol, we have Erica Ingve. Erica is the founder of many things. Read her bio, do the QR code. And she started Sonoran Stitch Factory, which I toured like last year. If you've never seen it, it's super cool. It's all these machines. We take for granted how hard it is to make stuff. So Erica is making things right here in Tucson, believe it or not. So thank you for being here, Erica. John Jackson. Here we are again. So John, for those of you who don't know, he was sitting in your spot in 2013, and he had a project, a venture called Grafted Growers. He launched it. That has since developed into something called Flora, which he is now the CEO of that. And I believe you won back in the day, right? Yeah. Oh, you beat Bjorkvin. Sorry to bring up Sorry about that, Bjorkvin. Remember the conversation about winners and losers, Bjorkvin?
If you notice a bio missing.
Yeah, it's John Jackson, loser. Okay, then we have Matt Williams. Matt has been joining us every year as a judge since 1990-something. And for those of you this morning, you guys weren't here this morning, we had a conversation with one of the students. When they hear 19-something, they think you're 80 years old. So Matt is 80 years old. We're glad you made it here. Don't break your hip. All right, then we have Amir. Amir is a finance professor. We just met about 40 minutes ago.
The finance professor.
The finance professor. The finance professor. Amir, it's great to meet you. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time. And lastly, we have Matt Bogomil. Matt is new to Tucson. I've met him a couple times, and Matt is a co-founder of a company called PayPal. You guys ever heard of that? Yeah, so Matt's helped start that, and here he is in Tucson. So he'll tell you his story if you'd like to talk to him afterwards. They're all great people. We are super grateful for your time, and the students appreciate it. So, with that, let's start. All right, so you are going to get a gold medal and $5,000, a silver medal, a literal medal, on $3,000, or bronze medal and $2,000. And one of you will get a hearty handshake. All right, so here we go. I just found out as I was walking in here who's going in no particular order. We are going to get started here. So, hang on. So the first team up into the medal round is Swift Seat. And so judges, when you say your questions, please pass the mic around. Teams, make sure you stay between the blue lines.
Got it. Yes, sir.
And speak clearly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. My team and I would like to thank you all for being here. My name is Savannah Bell.
I'm Jake Haddon. Drake Frederick.
And I'm Jenna Hartman. Today, we're not just here to present a product, but also to reveal a silent struggle that millions of families are trying to navigate. A struggle we don't even realize exists until it happens to someone we love. I invite you all to take a moment and think of the last time you got in your car. It was most likely automatic and effortless. But for millions of elderly individuals, this is not the reality. It's a difficult and daunting task, and one that has a ripple effect of consequences. Caregiver dependence, social isolation, and an economic loss of $411 billion a year. But the emotional cost is immeasurable. Now let's take a look at the current options. They're bulky, often incompatible with many vehicles, and require upper body strength and balance that most individuals do not have. None of these offer the solution that they truly need, which is a safe and dignified way to remain mobile. And this is where the Swift Seat steps in. We've developed a discrete assistive device that empowers older adults to enter and exit any standard vehicle safely, without caregiver assistance, without bulky equipment, and without compromise. Because this isn't about convenience, this is about autonomy. And our solution is not just innovative, it is inevitable. By 2030, 1 in 5 Americans will be over the age of 65. So if this doesn't touch your life yet, it will.
The elderly population is supposed to reach 2.1 billion by 2050. At that point in time, that will be nearly 30% of the entire world's population. We are targeting the largest population segment in the United States, being the baby boomer generation. There are currently 76 million baby boomers in the United States, and of this 76 million, 38 million of them face some mobility issue that inhibits their daily life. From this number, we found our total obtainable market to be 15.2 million, as this is the number of individuals who purchase medical devices outside of their insurance and do face mobility issues. The adjacent markets for our product have also shown very strong growth over the past 5 years. The current market value for the adjacent industry is $3.64 billion, and this is expected to nearly double by 2030 to $6 billion. The largest products in this adjacent market are wheelchairs with revenues of about $1.64 billion, and canes and crutches with revenues of about $976 million. We are selling our product to the most financially dominant demographic in the United States. We initially plan to do this through B2C sales and then eventually expand into B2B sales. The first phase will be online targeted awareness, where we place ads on Facebook and Google, as these media sources are used most frequently by the baby boomer generation. However, and more importantly, we will use AARP as a resource, as this is the single largest media source consumed by the baby boomers, and it generates nearly 150 million impressions per month. The second phase will be working with doctors' offices to become part of the referral network, where they can prescribe our device to their patients as an assistive medical device, and also to those people who might be coming out of the hospital and facing temporary mobility issues. And the third and final phase will be B2B sales with large retailers like Walmart and CVS to get our product on the shelves and in front of as many potential customers as possible.
While we cannot wait to expand into these stores, our sales will increase dramatically through the use of QVC and HSN. Quality, value, convenience is more than a TV shopping network. It is a multi-platform sales powerhouse that is built upon trust. They showcase live demonstrations of different products, all while telling a story, which is exactly what we want to do. We want to show that the SwiftSeat is easy to use and it is empowering for its users. Now I want to make note that QVC's audience is actually our initial targeted market. As their VP of Marketing states, they are narrowing in on a market of individuals aged 50 and up. Now there's a lot of criteria to sell on QVC, but lucky for us, the SwiftSeat checks every box perfectly. Our product is innovative, relatable, high quality, and problem solving. Now, in order to sell on QVC, you can submit a pitch to the product discovery team, which we have actually already done. And as you can see on the screen behind me, we have already been accepted. And so moving forward, it is time to launch the SwiftSeat on QVC. But first, we want to make sure that we solidify our manufacturing plans.
To manufacture the SwiftSeat, we plan to partner with Invacare. They are one of the nation's largest and leading manufacturers of assistive healthcare devices. They have extensive experience producing items like wheelchairs, canes, crutches, transfer boards, among many other things. We plan to utilize their expansive distribution network nationwide to keep up with our inventory needs and our anticipated demand growth, and they also have a very strong customer loyalty in the industry and a very strong brand reputation.
We've developed a functional prototype and are now entering NHTSA safety testing. From there, we'll pursue FDA Class 1 registration, which puts us in line with other mobility aids and allows us to bill through insurance. After this, we'll launch through direct sales and expand through medical partnerships. This is a straightforward path with high impact potential.
We'll be offering the SwiftSeat at 2 different price points. The first, for out-of-pocket customers. The SwiftSeat, they'll also not be using Medicare or insurance to purchase this. The SwiftSeat will be priced at $155. For the second, customers purchasing through insurance. For them, the SwiftSeat will be billed at $170, which is typically 80% covered by insurance, leaving the consumer with an out-of-pocket cost of $34. The cost to produce and ship one SwiftSeat is $93. 83 allocated to materials and 10 for shipping. Now, looking at those 2 price points, when sold at the out-of-pocket cost of $155, we maintain a margin of 65%, and then also we have a profit of $62 per unit. When looking at the units sold through insurance at $170, we have an 80% margin and a profit of $77 per unit. We project a net loss in year 1 due to upfront costs like research and development and safety testing. Sales officially begin in month 14, and we intend to break even in month 22, just 8 months after sales begin. Sales stay steady in years 3 and 4, and then surge in year 5 with B2B retail partnerships and increasing trust from the medical community. Doctors start to prescribe it not just for the elderly patients, but also for clients that have recently been in surgery or been in an accident. Our sales are a combination of our marketing investments and real-world data, in particular, the number of annual prescriptions for walkers, canes, and wheelchairs. As you can see, our financial projections show strong year-over-year growth with a clear profitability by year 5. To make this growth a reality, we're seeking $1.2 million in funding, which will be allocated to research and development, marketing, insurance, safety testing, a startup inventory of 1,000 units, and 5 salaries. The 4 of us founders and adding a sales rep in month 13. With this investment, we will have a 24-month runway, which will allow us to finalize product development, successfully enter the market, and scale with confidence.
Now, to bring us back to the beginning of the year, the 4 of us teamed up together with one goal in mind, to impact the lives of others. And the SwiftSeat has allowed us to do so. Throughout our journey, we have brought our vision into a reality while even creating an initial prototype, but it doesn't stop here. Moving forward, we are ready to finalize that prototype, secure funding, apply to be FDA Class 1 approved, and create marketing content through QVC, all in hopes of changing lives. Now, as Savannah mentioned previously, I know many of us here today probably don't think twice about getting in and out of vehicles. But it is a challenge that many individuals face. So I invite you again to think about a loved one who could benefit from the SwiftSeat. To them, it is more than a product. It is a solution that will restore their dignity. So together, let's let them enter, empower, and exit with the SwiftSeat. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Can I actually see a demonstration of
Yeah,
the product?
So, yeah, also we have it up here as well. So how it works is your individual will sit on the seat outside of the vehicle.
Imagine this is outside the car
Yes.
just for right now.
So you're sitting on the seat outside the vehicle. You're going to rotate 90 degrees into the vehicle, and then you're going to slide back into place. So it's going to be a discreet and empowering movement within those three steps. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So you talked about FDA approval and reimbursements. So are there other vehicle entry exit products that are currently being reimbursed through insurance? Because what I heard was wheelchairs and crutches and things like that you were kind of modeling this after, but it's intrinsically different. So I'm trying to understand that connectivity.
So there's currently slide and ride.
Microphone.
Here.
Sorry, thank you. So currently the slide and ride, this is sold for $700. Yeah, this is through insurance as well. This is our, I would say, main competitor. And it doesn't really, as you can tell here, it's not really much going on with it. It's just a board attached to it for a second. And when you look at their website, the person using this is a fit 35-year-old man. And it looks like he's using a ton of strength. So there's a lot of things they could work on, I believe. And that's where the Swifty comes into play.
And that product is being reimbursed through insurance?
Yes, yes.
My product kind of goes back to the similar question on the competitive products that are out there. Do you have any idea what the total market of products that are purchased for this purpose today? It wasn't kind of clear in the market assessment.
So we have 15.2 million people that we've already seen purchase assistive devices. It's not specific to those. I do have a specific stat on the Vive handle, just this little handle that you put in the U-shaped latch in your car. Just on Amazon and just in the last month, they've sold 2,000 units, and they've been around for a little over 10 years. So there's definitely a clear need with that.
Which device is that?
This one right here, just the tiny little handle.
Thank you.
Yes.
What's going to be your catalyst for year 2 sales? I see that you have no sales in year 1, but then suddenly it goes to 3.9 within 1 year. So what's the catalyst? And then your sales grow from 3.9 to 21.13, but your costs are just growing from 520 to 812. So what are the cost efficiencies that you have in 5 years when your sales are growing so?
Okay, yeah, so to answer the first part of your question, the gap from year 1 is that we actually have to do the safety testing through the FDA. And so we're gonna do 2 tests, and those are a large part of the funding needed. They're $200,000 each. And that usually takes about a year, so that's why our sales do not start until year 2. And then the catalyst for the growth from, sorry, what was the last part of your question again?
So pretty much what's the catalyst for making the 3.9 in 1 year? Well, what's driving the 3.9 in the first year?
The first year is because after the approval, there's like big lag time for people to catch up to us in the industry, and when our product kind of hits the market and we start expanding, doing our online targeted awareness through AARP and our other marketing sources, and then eventually with the medical community, we believe that the sales number and the anticipated demand will grow to that number.
Okay, and then what about the costs? Your sales are growing, but then the costs are kind of not growing as fast as the sales.
For that portion, we thought once we started manufacturing at a higher scale, kind of getting some economies of scale, more efficient manufacturing, that our costs would actually kind of stay the same or even reduce, producing more units.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the FDA approval process?
That would go directly with the NHTSA approval process, which is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, so that we would be in line with all of the automotive. There's a bunch of different, could you go to the slide with all of the different measurements? There's a bunch of different measurements. We took like car seats, for example, and how much that affects the airbag and all of that, so they would take that into account and then transfer that information with the FDA. The FDA approval, though, is specifically so that we can sell through insurance. Even if we didn't get FDA approval, we would still be able to sell just having the NHTSA approval. So that's just the added layer of insurance. Sorry.
That was my question, so.
Okay.
Is that time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the judges are filling out their scorecards. And while they do that, we like to put up interesting things that people have said. The internet's completely over. I don't see why anyone would want to buy a computer anymore. Doug Morris, 2007.
Can you say that into the live stream?
Doug, if you're listening, could you clarify your comments, sir? I'm pretty sure people want to buy computers still. So, excellent job, Swift Seat. I did realize, I've been in these things a long time, they're starting to project numbers, like in years. Probably won't be around. And they're like, in 2050, I'll be using one of those things. That's sad. Okay, judges, how we doing? We're doing all right. All right, we're going to do team number 2. Are you ready? Here we go. Team number 2 is, hold on. Better. Come on down.
However you keep a calendar, if you're anything like us, you're constantly going from one thing to the next with no time to sit down and enjoy a nutritious meal. When you do have the time to grab a quick snack, these are the options presented to you. In today's market, finding clean protein options can feel nearly impossible. Many products are loaded with artificial ingredients that not only taste bad, are bad for you, but nobody can even pronounce. Consumers have started to really value what they're putting into their bodies, leading a shift towards wanting clean, quality ingredients. The problem is there, the demand is there, but the other options haven't caught up, leaving a major gap in the market, looking for a product that can deliver on all 3 fronts: clean, simple, convenient.
And that's why we created a Better solution. Better is a single-serving protein packet with 5 ingredients that can mix into any beverage. 1 packet of Better contains 15 grams of protein, and with the 3 key supplements added, you'll experience reduced stress, an overall balanced mood, and an increase in energy without caffeine or sugar.
The protein powder industry in the U.S. is valued at $9.8 billion with a compound annual growth rate of around 12%. Our target market of women ages 18 to 40 make up roughly 18% of this market, giving us a total addressable market of $1.8 billion. If we estimate our regional sales for the first year and assume that we can capture 0.5% of the market through online sales, we get an obtainable market of $18 million just in our first year. With the industry growing so rapidly and the increased emphasis on personal health and wellness post-COVID, this industry has been deemed recession resistant, and we can expect to see it grow continuously over the next 5 years.
While no one makes the exact same product that we do, we have many indirect competitors and substitutes. Our closest competitor is Coera, due to similarities in quality ingredients that offer multiple benefits. However, Coera retails at $4.66 per serving, more than double the price per serving of Better, making them inaccessible to a large portion of the target market who's looking for an affordable solution to everyday wellness. This pricing gap presents a strategic opportunity for us to come in and capture not only our aspirational buyers, but those value-conscious consumers who are looking for a quality product at an affordable price.
We plan to attack our marketing strategy from 3 separate avenues: social media and PR, podcasts, and NIL partnerships. The first half of our social media strategy will focus on our own authentic brand presence with our Instagram account, as well as partnering with influencers on Instagram and TikTok. Initially, we want to start with influencers right here at the University of Arizona. Specifically, Avery Gay, who is a dancer here and has over 100,000 followers on TikTok and Instagram. Additionally, we want to expand our PR strategy by giving away free products to social sororities and other organizations here on campus. But the real drive of our marketing strategy is affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing utilizes small groups of nano and micro influencers to drive sales across platforms like TikTok Shop. Secondly, we want to go into podcast marketing because of its increased popularity among a younger demographic and its increased popularity as a media source as well. Looking forward, we initially want to tap into the psychology of your 20s. The psychology of your 20s entails the struggles that women go through in early adult life. However, we don't want to alienate the second half of our target market. So, to target those millennials, we want to tap into the Skinny Confidential and Huberman Lab.
Our third avenue is NIL partnerships. NIL allows athletes to generate revenue based off of their name, image, and likeness, including brand deals and partnerships. We worked with Arizona women's basketball player Paulina Perez to see what the future of NIL deals will look like for better. NIL is relatively new to the marketing industry, and we plan to use our early entrance into NIL to combat our late entry into the wellness industry. As a current Arizona Athletics employee, we have already started leveraging existing relationships with athletes and coaches.
Now that we've explained to you our marketing strategy, let's take a closer look at our different sales streams and how we're going to start bringing our product to shelves. Customers can buy the 15-pack of our product online through our e-commerce website. The 15-pack is priced at $28 and is available in the options of strawberry lemonade, vanilla, unflavored, and the variety pack. Additionally, we have instilled a subscribe and save model where customers can subscribe to receive the purchase on a recurring basis at a 10% price discount. Also on our website, we'll be selling better branded merch to generate a secondary revenue stream and to build our brand identity. As you can see here, we'll be selling our branded reusable glass water bottles, t-shirts, hats, and sweatshirts. This is a popular tactic used amongst companies that prioritize building a culture and community around their products. This will allow us to deepen our connection with our audience by becoming a part of their everyday lives, turning our brand from a product into a lifestyle. Additionally, we will sell individual packets of our product as part of our brick-and-mortar sales strategy, starting right here in Tucson. Individual packets will be priced at $1.99 and can be found in local businesses such as Pilates and yoga studios and Ike's Coffee right here at Eller. With the brick-and-mortar sales strategy, we hope to capitalize on those impulse purchasers who are looking for a convenient on-the-go option with clean and simple ingredients. As we gain traction, we aim to move forward into bigger retail spaces such as Sephora and Ulta because we know these are popular amongst our target market and a large majority of their sales are due to those last-minute impulse purchases by the checkout line.
We expect to begin sales in August of 2025 with our 15-pack priced at $28. The total unit COGS on this is $17.95, and that includes the product, its packaging, and shipping, leaving us with a profit margin of around 36%. Our individual packets will be priced at $1.99 with a slightly higher margin of around 40%. Both of these margins are in line with the industry standard and give us room to play with commission percentages or any discounting promotions we may want to have. One other thing to note is that we are manufactured in the US, so not only can we verify our clean ingredients, but we can also reduce costs when it comes to shipping and logistics. Looking forward, by the end of year one, we expect to be selling roughly 28,000 units for revenues just under $800,000. By the end of year 5, we expect to be selling 5 million units for revenues over $150 million.
Despite all the effort we've put into our financial planning and things like marketing strategy, we know the real strength of our team lies in who we are. We all have very different backgrounds and skill sets, but when we formed our team 8 months ago, we all realized we have one thing in common. We're all extremely busy, health-conscious consumers. And it's that commonality that led us to create Better. Alongside our strength as a team, we've spent countless hours with our manufacturer and consulting people like naturopathic doctors, peers, friends, and doing focus groups to make sure that our product is ready to go. And our product is also ready for market, and once we get that first shipment of inventory, we're ready for launch. We know that we are better together, but we invite you to be better with us as well. But what can we do to make better a reality? Initially, we're looking for an external investment of $250,000. The other $50,000 you see on the screen will come from our network, friends, family, and ourselves. With the $250,000, we plan to allocate that towards our first 2 inventory purchases and marketing expenses. However, we know $250,000 won't last a while, so as we near the end of our runway, we plan to look into Series A funding. Also, with our numbers, we've calculated that $250,000 will earn you a 10.8x return on your investment. But we're not just here to build a better product, or a better brand, or a better company. We're here to build a better future. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
It tastes good.
Oh, good to hear. Thank
you. Definitely. 15 grams of protein, though, is a little light for, a protein drink. And some of your competitors that you're showing. So how do you plan on, combating that if I'm that person who's looking for the protein supplement, on top of what they're doing?
Yes, definitely. So kind of backtracking a little bit. So the idea came from the fact that every morning I wake up and I put a scoop of protein powder in my morning coffee, and then I walk out the door and go to my 8 a.m. So initially what we were looking for is we're kind of looking at more of a substitute for like a light snack or a granola bar. It's an additive to your routine, and we're also really wanting to target those consumers who want to get into the fitness and wellness and supplement thing, but they walk into a store and they feel overwhelmed. So this is a great first touch point for that consumer who maybe doesn't know a lot but wants to feel better about themselves and kind of check a box at the beginning of every single day. But obviously moving forward, like looking at our roadmap, we would definitely want to expand into something like that. But initially we're focusing on those consumers who kind of just want to hop in on the wellness trends.
I can ask this one. How much consumer behavior testing have you done in terms of why is this going to be the solution they turn to, and kind of pairs to the second question, which is how's the product really different itself compared to the one you said was your number one competitor?
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of our consumer testing, we did a lot at iExpo. So everyone who came to our booth, we did a survey, and we had about 30 respondents who said they enjoyed the price, they enjoyed the ingredients, and they also really enjoyed the taste. And this is something that they could add very quickly into their routine. And then also with the focus groups and surveys we did at the beginning of the year, back I want to say in September, October, we got really great responses from people who enjoyed the fact that we were a cheaper alternative, especially with our younger demographic. We don't have as much purchasing power. I know I don't as a college student, but this would be a great way to still beef up my routine and feel good about myself. And then there was a second half of your question. Could you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
The second half was really just how is it different from the one you named one competitor that was very similar, but you're half the cost. So other than cost, the kachava, is there a material difference in terms of the taste and the amount of protein you're getting? Just curious if there's a big difference.
So kachava is technically marketed as a meal replacement. So they're very dense in nutrients. They have just, the list goes on of all of the things that are in there. And that's why their price point is also very, very high, is they do follow that same trend as us, as we have quality ingredients. But we're not looking to be a meal replacement. We're not looking to be we're just looking to be a snack, a quick boost of energy. Me personally, I take my Better Packet right before I take a test because it helps me focus and then also stabilizes my mood a little bit. So it's more just like an in-between meals, quick, on the go type thing, and that's where we really differ. Especially there's no really protein powder packets on the market that have supplements like we do.
Can you go back to the better future slide?
Yes.
And could you walk me through those products, please?
Yes, definitely. So this is kind of our roadmap. So initially with our flagship product, it's kind of a one and all, everyone can enjoy it. But as we grow as a venture, as a company, we want to get into specialization for things like better for her, better workout. So a better workout would include more things like creatine or maybe an added caffeine boost before you go and get your lift in. Or better sleep, we would look into supplements like magnesium that help you sleep better and things like that. So this is kind of our inspiration slide of like, yes, we have this flagship product, but we also have the ability to be something completely bigger and take up more market space.
Hi, really good job as well.
Thank you.
I tasted the bland one.
Yes,
It doesn't have like an aftertaste.
Yes,
Appreciate that. So I think somebody touched on this a little bit, but can you talk a little bit more about how hard it is, like your barrier to entry on this? It seems like we're saturated with all of these protein options and like add this, do that. So tell me a little bit about your barrier to entry and also like why y'all?
Definitely, yeah.
So although this is a saturated market, with our marketing and the fact that we are ready to go to market, we're paired with a manufacturer who's FDA regulated and approved. We have our product packaging and we've done our field testing. There is little to no barrier to entry on this. So moving forward, we're just working on those new recipes and things we can do to improve.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Better. I don't want to be critical of your presentation, but I think you forgot one indirect health food competitor that I like to have as part of my daily routine as I drive by the gym. It's the sausage biscuit from McDonald's. So you want to see how that fits into your business plan, because that's really, but don't tell my wife. She says, do you want an apple before you leave, something healthy? I'm like, no, I won't eat, wait till lunch. And then, you know, it's like 2 for $4. Can't pass up a good deal. What's that? Yes, exactly. All right, so Bill Gates in 1981 said 640K ought to be enough for anybody. I don't know a lot about, but I think my cell phone has, I don't know, 1 billion. So, all right, judges, how we doing? We look like we're ready. So we are headed for team number 3, and that group is all right. Come on down, Coera.
Just grab a prototype. We'll be like just a second.
What if one bag could do it all? I'm Maria Rodriguez, and my teammates are Becca Sanders, Kaylin Maloney, Ana Cristina Lopez, and Eric Aikenmayer. Picture this. You're heading to a concert, game, festival, you're excited, dressed up, and ready to go, but there is one problem. There's a clear bag policy. Suddenly, your outfit doesn't work, your personal items are on display, your regular bag is not approved, so you're stuck with a plastic-looking bag that clashes with everything. Right now, women have to choose between following the rules or protecting their privacy. But at Coera, we say, why choose it all? We've created an all-in-one solution. Stadium approved, stylish for a night out, and practical for everyday use. Our clear purses come with removable covers, so you can comply with security requirements without sacrificing style or privacy. For our first prototype, as you can see on the video, or the bag that we have right here, we decided to attach the covers with snap buttons, but we're now transitioning to magnets for easier use and a quick and more seamless experience. This first of its kind premium clear bag not only offers privacy and style, it offers versatility and a sustainable solution because you only need one bag and a collection of interchangeable covers to switch up the look, and you don't have to buy a new bag every single time. We're giving customers exactly what they've been waiting for, a true blend between fashion, function, compliance, and convenience. We're not just creating a bag that women have to carry. They will want to carry it, not just because they have to, but because it fits their lifestyle.
Through our secondary market research, we uncovered a great market opportunity. First, the U.S. handbag market is valued at $13 billion. Within this, the clear bag market is growing exponentially. In 2022, clear bags made up 8.7% of the fashion accessories market, and by 2027, they're expected to take up 20%. Clear bags aren't just a trend, they're becoming a staple. Privacy is also a growing concern. 70% of consumers say they're worried about exposing their private items in public spaces. This shows that there's a growing demand for a product that offers both privacy and style, exactly what we're solving with Coera. When we break down our market opportunity, our service obtainable market is 687,000 women. These include young professionals, those that are fashion focused, and frequent event goers. As for our primary market research, we conducted a survey and found that over 90% of respondents attend 2 or more clear bag required events a year. 61% of respondents say they're unsatisfied with their current options, and 60% say they're interested in purchasing a Coera bag. They're interested in paying $50 as an average per purse. Our Instagram has also gained a lot of traction, with customers already asking when and where they can purchase a Coera bag. Overall, we've gained traction and validation, and Coera is ready to make its mark.
Similarly to our Instagram, we've also gained a lot of traction through recent competitions we've competed in. Starting off with the Innovation Expo, where we received medals for both investability and booth appeal. Following this, we competed in the 10 West Startup Competition, where we were able to win the Fashion Industry Room and receive an award for being U of A affiliated. And most recently, we participated in a Startup Wildcats competition, where we were able to bring home another win and receive more funding. All of these competitions have allowed us to fund $4,400 so far. Along with this, these competitions have proven to us that people see and believe in our vision for Coera. Up next, we'll be representing the University of Arizona in the Infernal Invitational Cup. As far as our competitive landscape, we currently have 2 direct competitors that exist. However, they lack in both style and quality. Along with this, we have a few indirect competitors. However, this ranges from anywhere such as a cheap Amazon clear bag all the way up to a fashion retail clear bag such as Kate Spade. However, one thing still remains. They lack in privacy. We have found a gap that currently exists in the market in which we plan to fill. As far as how we'll reach our consumers, we plan on using 2 different channels, starting off with direct to consumer. We will sell directly on our online website as well as through social media such as TikTok Shop. Further down the road, we want to explore doing retail partnerships. This could include partnering up with local boutiques, such as even the ones that exist right here on our very own campus. And in order for Coera to remain unique, we want to offer limited edition lines. This could include partnering up with local artists for unique designs, as well as offering a sustainable vegan cactus leather to appeal to our sustainable audience.
Now, to build brand awareness, we plan to focus our promotional efforts on college partnerships, influencer collaborations, and pop-ups around Arizona. We plan to team up with macro influencers such as Riley Siraj, Nicole Ayeno, because they resonate with our target audience and will bring authentic visibility to our brand. We've strategically chosen colleges such as U of A, ASU, USC, and Stanford because these campuses are known for their trend-setting student culture and strong sports presence. Recently, we've initiated contact with the U of A bookstore regarding potentially selling our our bag there once we launch, which is a very exciting prospect for us. We also plan to take part in pop-ups around large Arizona events such as Dusk, Country Thunder, and Innings Festival. Now let's take a look at our product roadmap designed for a 2-year rollout. In year 1, quarter 1, we'll start off the year by launching our flagship product, the Little Black Bag. In quarter 2, we will expand our cover color options based on real-time market feedback and trend analysis. In quarter 3, we will launch our on-the-go crossbody bag designed for hands-free convenience. And in quarter 4, we will partner with small boutiques and influencers in order to promote brand awareness and brand recognition. Now in year 2, quarter 1, we will launch our carry-all tote bag, our largest style offering. In quarter 2, we will focus in on scaling by expanding into additional retail and e-commerce platforms. And in quarter 3, we will introduce our Festival Fanny, the perfect accessory for high-energy events. Lastly, quarter 4, we will launch our very first limited edition collection in order to increase purchase urgency among our customers and also drive exclusivity to our brand.
So getting into our business model, we've designed it so that we are able to provide a high-quality product to all of our customers while still remaining at a competitive price point compared to what our competitors are doing. So the base price that we're looking at for each bag is $50 per unit, and that will include one clear bag and one cover, with every additional cover being $20 each. The cost of goods sold we're looking at for the clear bag itself will be $23, and the cover will be at $10, and that's including all manufacturing and shipping costs within that. We've made the call to manufacture in the Philippines, actually, to not only get access to the large number of high-quality cut-and-sew factories that are there, but to also be able to avoid some of the harsh tariffs that are getting put in place in countries such as China at the moment. Moving into profitability on that topic, we expect to be profitable within our first year. We are unique as a startup in that. We expect to move about 5,000 units in our first year, and then up to 14,000 units by year 5 there. You'll notice that we do have a logarithmic growth track, and that's mostly due to the fact that the handbag industry does grow at a relatively slower rate than some of these other markets that you've seen today. And then our standard burn rate is looking at about $15,000 per month. Next, we have our budget breakdown, where we're looking to secure $68,000 in total funding. The bulk of this is going towards our first product batch, which is about 1,600 units total, and that's going to run us about $45,000 to acquire all of those. We have $10,000 that's dedicated to our base marketing over all of our channels for the first 6 months of our startup. We then have $10,000 dedicated to R&D for future products, as well as securing a utility patent for our magnet-on design. The utility patent and the funding that we have dedicated towards it is more so focused on a deterrent for other companies in attempting to copy us rather than direct defense of that. And then also it will add significant firm value to us in the event of a buyout in, let's say, year 2 or 3. Finally, we have another $3,000 that's dedicated to all of the shipping materials that we're expecting to need in order to get the product out to all of the consumers. With more venues requiring clear bags each year, Coera provides an all-in-one solution that includes both privacy and style. So we thank you for your time and open the floor to any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is on the production side and your materials. Have you sourced materials? You talked about the cactus leather. Have you actually gone down deep and understood the pricing and where they come from, especially with tariffs?
Sure, I'll do my best to touch on that as briefly as I possibly can for how excited I am for getting into the pricing of magnets, I guess is what I would say, right? So the general material pricing that we have done and looked at is on cheaper materials that we've used to produce our prototype. If I'm going to break down the general breakdown of like the entire product, the clear bag is going to run you probably between $2 to $3. The magnets, because they're surprisingly expensive, run you about $3 on the clear bag for how many that we use. You get another $3 within the cover. Call it another $1 worth of fabric, add in a little bit of stitching in there. Then you're the last of that cost, so that'll get you all in, I think, about between $10 and $13 if I'm right. With the shipping costs that we include on the end of that, once it actually gets to the US with that $1 or $2, per bag on the, with the tariffs as well, right? That'll get you to about $23 total there. So I think that's how we get to that final answer.
Okay. Last quick question, do you have a tech pack and or patterns already made?
Anyone else want to touch on that one?
We have not. I think for the initial expansion of our cover options, we more so want to do colors just to increase the versatility of it. I feel like patterns can sometimes be style specific, but then once we become a bigger company, we do want to touch more on like the in-trend patterns that people want to purchase, because a big part of our company is being sustainable in a way where women don't feel the need to buy a new bag to fit the trend. They can just buy a new cover, and that way their style the bag can adapt with their style and with what they start liking.
You guys touched on potential intellectual property to kind of give some protection from being copied or picked up by other companies. You showed Kate Spade there and their clear bag, and the ability for them to drop a bag and put it into the marketplace is quite high, right? Like that's what they do. Have you done any diligence in regards of, is there other intellectual property already in play from somewhere else with a bag that is somehow attached to a clear bag that's removable, right?
And yes, we have. One of our direct competitors is patent pending, but we have enough. I think for a patent, you have to have 8% of a difference in order to be able to apply, and we do have enough of a difference with what's out on the market and what has been the patents that are pending or out right now that we can still file for one.
And what are those differences? I had the same question really along the lines of it seems very, very easy for somebody to rip us off and, produce large volumes of them and then, basically disrupt you. So what is that difference and how do you protect yourself?
Well, the difference mainly is the magnets and also the covers. The covers are made to fit the purse, which right now what's out on the market, it's more so just a single piece of fabric to cover a clear pouch. And so ours is a completely structured bag with made to fit covers. And to build off of that, something we want to focus a lot, we are applying for a patent right now, but we also want to focus in on the branding of Coera. We want it to become a household name because it will be easily replicated, but we want people to choose our brand despite having other options in the future.
Who's your main target customer?
Do you guys want to take that?
Yeah, so we have two core target markets. One is our early adopters, aged 18 to 34 years old, who are looking for a premium bag, who are looking for a stylish alternative, and then our elevated clientele, which is age 45 to 54 years old, who are looking for a premium purse.
So the second clientele, why would they look for a clear bag? Because clear bag purposes, if let's say you're going for a concert or a game, right? So when I look at the 18-year-old to 21-year-old market, college kids, will they pay $50?
Yes, they will. We conducted a survey and we found that on average, they're willing to pay $50 per bag. And also for the older, for the elevated clientele, they're willing to pay that price, and they also attend a lot of games. They'll have season passes and stuff like that, and then the younger demographic, they're in college, and they're also attending a lot of games and concerts.
Do you want to get
All right, thank you, Coera. I think one of the attributes that you didn't point out is the marriage-saving aspect. I have been driving to multiple games, and halfway there, and then suddenly, we need the clear bag. So I turn around, because I got to get to the game on time, or I got to leave my wife outside, which I've thought about leaving her outside. Multiple. I was in line one time, getting in a U of A stadium, and out of the line, somebody just threw a bag. And I'm like, what was that? And they said, oh, they couldn't get in, so they just chucked their bag into the bushes. It's a real thing, I saw it. Last interesting thing, you can read it for yourself. We don't need telephones, but yes, we do. So, all right, so we are on to our last team, our team number 4, who we were not anticipating. Oh, yes, we did. We updated the slides. Okay, so team number 4, the last competitor of the day. All right, come on down, Steadfast.
Ready? Wait, where's the clicker? Oh. Most importantly. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before we get going, I'd like to take you back for just a moment. Now, I don't know what you were doing in 2005, maybe syncing up an iPod or updating your MySpace, but here I was, a toddler, pushing the limits of plastic training wheels and living the best life you can at 3 miles an hour. Now, whether you remember learning how to ride a bike for the first time or teaching somebody how to ride a bike, we can all relate to the joy and confidence that comes with this amazing milestone.
Now, unfortunately, today's society does not share this old reality. In fact, the Sports and Fitness Industry Association reported that in the last 2 decades alone, the kids learning to ride a bike are learning at a 25% less rate. Now, why is this happening? Well, first off, does anybody know what training wheels looked like in 1949 when they were invented? You guessed it, just like this. They have not changed since, and they don't work. In fact, training wheels create a very rigid support that allows kids to not use proper bike mechanics that they need to be successful when actually using 2 wheels. And this is not a new complaint in the industry either. This has been online by parents, the New York Times, all the way to Guardian Bikes, talking about the issues that training wheels are causing on their kids' learning processes. Now, what are they turning to instead? They're turning to balance bikes, but those aren't the solution either, because they're not a transitional vehicle. In fact, because they don't teach their kids how to pedal, they're turning back to training wheels in the first place, rerouting and causing a cycle that is not getting our kids to the promised land that they need to be at. They also have a very strict and short age window that if you don't compromise it and collapse on at the right time, they prove ineffective. But why do kids need to be learning to ride in the first place? Well, it builds their motor skill development, their social and emotional growth, it promotes independence, and it regulates mental and emotional well-being. These are all assets and traits that kids need to be learning at a young age in order to be functioning teens and adults in our society, and especially in a day and age that's driven by technology and anti-socialness. Something as small as learning how to ride a bike can get our kids back into proper traits that they need in order to survive and be successful in the real world.
So now we ask ourselves, how do we bypass this illusion of progress? Well, the answer isn't less support, it's smarter support, which is what led to the creation of the Steadfast training wheel. The Steadfast training wheel allows you to not only pedal the bike, but also lean the bike and gain that crucial balance training. Leaning on a bike is so crucial because when you're riding, you never do so stiff and upright. It's about leaning with confidence, finding your own balance, and moving forward under your own power. But nowadays, as Will mentioned, kids only have 2 options. We have the training wheel, right, the legacy tool that only teaches you how to pedal, or the balance bike that teaches you how to balance but doesn't have pedals at all. And when you combine balance and pedaling, what you unlock isn't just a new ability. It's pride and a confidence that goes so far beyond just riding a bike with 2 wheels.
Now that you know what our product looks like, let's look at how it fits within the market. The global bicycle market is valued at about $140 billion and is growing at an annual compounding growth rate of about 10.6%. Looking at the specific segment that we'll be entering, the global training wheel market is valued at about $190 million. That leads us to a U.S. training wheel market of about $108 million. And by end of year 5, we anticipate 34% market share, which is valued at $36.7 billion.
So we plan to capture this market through a licensing royalty model, where we will license our innovative design to existing bike companies and manufacturers in exchange for a royalty per unit sold. This way we can act as a value-added partner and not a competitor, ultimately helping these manufacturers evolve their own product line. So through understanding buyer behavior proves that a B2C model will not work for us. Because 75 to 85% of kids' bikes come with training wheels already in the box, a B2B model is better for us in becoming the new standard, as well as also capturing our market.
Now, looking at how we're going to enter the market, it begins before launch with conducting thorough beta trials to ensure that we are validating the design and implementing any feedback prior to going out to market. Once that is complete, we'll begin attending a variety of industry events like the Cabda Expo and Sea Otter Classic to really build those relationships with key manufacturers. The first contracts that we plan to secure will be with niche companies like Glurk and Guardian, whose values and passion for encouraging childhood riding truly do align with ours. Once we have really gained a presence within those niche manufacturers, we plan to start licensing to industry leaders who we know will allow us to impact as many end users as we possibly can, really begin to change the status quo. And companies who use a model similar to this that we have planned to do have been able to achieve customer retention rates of about 82%. Now looking at pricing, we're going to be using a royalty of between 6 and 8% per unit, and that will be based on an MSRP of $55. That leads us to about $3.85 per unit sold. However, we'll be using a tiered model, and as you can see behind me, this is a breakdown of expected revenue based on various contract sizes and their royalty rates. And while the revenue does decrease with volume per unit, we believe this is a value we can provide our customers based on the majority of our costs being associated with customer acquisition as opposed to the per unit sales of the good. This allows us to not only incentivize bulk purchasing, but will allow us to remain profitable as we scale.
Now, our financials are based on key contract growth, allowing us to reach $8.5 million in top-line revenue in year 5. Another thing key to note about our financials is that because we're not actually producing or manufacturing the good, our operational expenses are coming within those customer acquisition and those contract acquisition costs. We're not having to pay to manufacture, to ship, or to store, so we're able to put more money at the end of the day back into our pockets, generating on average our year 5 net profit margin of $55 and generating an average of $7.42 of revenue for every $1 spent into our customer acquisition costs, those costs of sales. We also get to benefit from economies of scale as we continue to gain those contracts and gain awareness and traction within the market. Our cost of actually gaining those contracts decreases over time at a marginal rate of about 15.88%, which you can see represented here as we take those operational expenses or those customer acquisition costs into that year-over-year growth, finally into that marginal decline, and getting to that approximately 16% decline number.
So you might be wondering, why us? Why are we the right team to bring Steadfast to the market? Our team has a diverse set of skills, having backgrounds in finance, management, economics, and marketing, also with the shared passion for the love of the freedom and the independence learning how to ride a bike gave us personally, and the shared drive to create that experience for someone else.
Moving forward, we're going to be adding adjustability, a larger wheel size, and stronger materials to the bike, to the training wheel, while filing for our initial method patent. We'll then implement a more efficient way to mount the training wheel to the bike, a relevant addition considering recent issues in the training wheel market, while simultaneously launching the product. We understand that feedback from manufacturers and new mounting systems likely are going to require an additional patent, which we see coming in 2027, and by 2028, see ourselves working our way into the adult bike industry because we understand it's not just children learning how to ride the bike. There are adults that need to learn, there are those with disabilities, or those riding for rehabilitation purposes.
Now, based on our financial projections, the most profitable path forward would require about $450,000. This would allow us to launch strong, really invest in customer acquisition, and ultimately scale quickly. However, we only need about $50,000 to go to market. This is to finalize our product's design with those testing and beta trials, and then really just obtain the patent. And so that small amount of money, the $50,000, gets us into the game, while the total $450,000 really positions us to win it.
Steadfast isn't just a new take on training wheels. It's a solution to a decades-old problem that's discouraged millions of early riders. Through high market potential and our scalable business plan, we're really positioned to reshape the learning experience for these riders everywhere. From patenting, to prototyping, to presenting at trade shows, we're on a mission to bring Steadfast to life and transform that child's first moment of doubt into a moment that they will never forget. Thank you.
I can go ahead and start. The IP protection, I think, seems equally important here in terms of it being easily created and replicated right by existing bike manufacturers. I was just curious as to how much time you put into kind of the IP protection and kind of building your first patent, and I guess the research associated with that. If anybody patented something like this already?
Yeah, great question. So first off, on your question of has anybody patented this before, I'll bring you first to our prototype progression. So this first design that you can see on the right, we actually were going originally with a diagonal spring. There is one other competitor out in the market that is going B2C, and they actually have a patent on a diagonal spring system, which is why we've shifted to what we think is a more cost-effective and better solution, with it being in the wheel, allows for more travel. In terms of actually looking into the patenting process, that's mainly been through conversations with patent lawyers, understanding what we need in the first place to get there, finalizing that proper design, and then making sure that we're representing back into our finances the proper cost and time that's going to take to actually obtain that. That's why we don't see ourselves actually launching out to that market until that year two, about Q3 moment.
So typically when we're looking at licensing and royalty, it's always about does the customer care, right? So do bike manufacturers care about the change in the training wheels, right? Have you guys had that discussion? And did you get feedback from any bike manufacturers that's of importance to them?
You want me to take it? So we haven't specifically talked to the manufacturers themselves because we don't have that patent yet. Going out to them now could be very risky in order to basically give away our idea. We want to make sure that's protected beforehand. One of our main things though in going out with that launch was going to those manufacturers first off, like the Glurk and like the Guardian, that already are prioritizing child safety in their design. Those designs are making and getting market position in the first place because that is their priority. They want to make sure that at the end of the day, they're providing the best experience they can for the kids, and they'd be willing to spend at an extra higher rate in order to make sure that's continuing to develop their product line and their product differentiation.
I do want to add, I think it's really important to note the decline in kids riding, and these are bicycle companies, these are manufacturers, their entire business is off of the next generation riding, and if they are not riding, their customers are declining, so they want to get these kids on these bikes, and we really do think that this will be something that they will want to invest in.
So why do you think that no one has innovated in this space?
Yeah, so it's definitely a blind spot issue, which we addressed earlier for sure. And talking to judges earlier even, all have similar stories of one judge in particular had raised the training wheels on his son's bike and his son ended up breaking his arm. And unfortunately, a negative story, but we were all surprised as to how many people had stories and horror stories similar to that. The reality is the idea of the legacy tool and the first training wheel invented in 1949 looks exactly like the one that you can get at Target now. It's often overlooked, and it's just another one of those things every day. It's just almost an everyday item where you do something and think, man, there just has to be a better way to do this. And the training wheel falls into that category 100%. But the reality is, especially with the B2C approach, like other companies have tried, nobody goes training wheel shopping. So it's hard to get that new product and better way to do something in front of people unless you take the B2B approach that we selected.
Kind of along those lines, one question, one comment. How expensive would it be for the company to transition into something like this if they have a legacy product like that? And then as I'm looking at that, I'm a mom who had a couple of kids that we taught through training wheels. That top screw that comes up, is that to help with like the impact? Because you're talking about injuries, and that's the first thing that I thought of when I saw this coming out of your training wheel.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this still is our lower fidelity prototype, so that will be something that in the future, as we work into actually getting the adjustability, that's where that will mainly be. That screw will kind of be eliminated. That's just an easy holding point for it for now. The adjustability will be there so they can start with that more rigid support and will actually shift towards basically riding with two wheels. And then in terms of manufacturing costs, from what we could find online, if you're bulk purchasing from overseas of training wheels, they come in at about a little over $1 a unit. And then our baseline from the calculations that we had is that's $2.16 here. And that's for anywhere from 1,000 to 10,000 units. And then we represented it out as you buy more and have a larger supply that you're actually putting in that contract, you're going to continue to benefit from shrinking those costs as well.
All right, that concludes our 4 competitors. So the students are going to take a class photo out on the steps of Eller. So everybody will need to go do that. Don't do that right now, but in a second. So the judges are finalizing their scorecards. And so we're going to do that. Oh, there we go. And then take the photo, go to the restroom. Judges are finalizing their scorecards. They're going to tabulate those. And then when you're done with the photo, we're all going to return here at about 3:30. And Bob will be announcing the winners and presenting the medals. And we will go from there. So congratulations to all of you. You did an amazing job. Give yourselves a hand. So with that, let's go do the photo. Then we'll see everyone back here at 3:30.
That's tight scoring, got to do it right. But what I would like to do is take some time and ask our judges if they'd like to give a little reflection and maybe say a few words. Let you address the student audience if you wish to. John, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I really appreciate the effort that was put in the presentations today. I've been up here before. I know it's not easy. I know it can be arduous. You know, you guys, the program has kind of changed, so you got multiple days, multiple pitches, different formats, different structures, and to be able to come up and deliver time and time again, that's impressive. So kudos to you all for that. That's part of the McGuire quality, right? You guys have the pleasure of being mentored by a couple of my classmates when I went through the program. So the quality of the mentorship that you guys are receiving is top notch and is reflective in the work that you guys are doing up here today. The products are innovative. They're spot on. They're trying to fill gaps in the marketplace, which is key. Doesn't seem like anything is just doing it for the sake of doing it, which is kind of that mantra to make sure that there's a embedded value proposition, a UVP. I'm sure you guys know what that UVP is, right? That's like one of my favorite words, or favorite acronyms, if you will. So good job and keep up the good work. I put my contact information on all the score sheets. I'm actually on campus. I do early stage research commercialization out of the University of Arizona Health Sciences, along with some of my entrepreneurship endeavors, really multidisciplinary type of work. So if I can be of value or resource to anybody, I hear some people say, hey, we didn't have this expertise on our team. Reach out. There's expertise available all over campus. And many times the researchers are world class and they love to help and deliver some different insights on how you can help bring your products to market. I work in the IP space, so that's why a couple of my questions was around intellectual property and where you guys stand. I spent some time at Tech Launch Arizona. I developed their business intelligence unit, which did early stage evaluations of pretty much all of the university's intellectual property that was coming in from different domains. So if you guys have questions about IP and where they stand and how those can potentially be developed, please reach out as well. So thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I got my son over here today. I drug him down with me so he can come hang out. I knew he would be embarrassed, so you gotta embarrass him when you can, right? Because pretty soon he's gonna be like you guys, and then I probably won't even get an invite to watch him pitch when it happens. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll just say a few words. So I think this is something around my 20th year judging. And I know every year we look at the kind of quality of the teams, the ideas, and the businesses. This is one of probably the most complete set of presentations that I've seen across all of the teams in my 20 plus years. So great job. Really, I think I really appreciate the fact that the program has continued to have like the curriculum come through in the form of you're really doing good diligence on starting a business. So that was awesome. It'll be fun to see where these businesses go. I also put my contact information on the forum, and I'll just share a little bit with everyone. Every year I offer up to the students, feel free to contact me. I've started 4 businesses. I've sold 3 of them. I'm on my 4th now. Successfully, good exits. And so I've got a wide variety of experiences. You have many other Eller alum. You have many other entrepreneurship program alum. You should absolutely reach out to them. They will help you. I will help you. I have done that. I think every year, probably three or so different people, maybe 3 to 5 people reach out to me, teams and or individuals. I have funded some of the companies that have come out of the program. I have also hired some of the team members, including last year, one of the team members that was in the program. So I believe that all of us have the ability to help you, and so you should absolutely take us up on it and others that have been here before us. So, but great job today, and I look forward to seeing who gets the medals.
Hey everyone, buenas tardes, Cualitonali. My name is Marisol Flores Aguirre. I was one of your judges, super happy to be here. blame Ted for bringing me back, but thanks so much. All I want to say is thank you so much. What an incredible honor it is to just see what y'all have been learning across the semester. Really, all of these skills have practical application, whether you go into business or not. Knowing how to read people, knowing how to talk to people, knowing how to read a room, concisely deliver a message, put together a financial plan, all of those things are going to help you and serve you whether you go into entrepreneurship or not. Guarantee you, probably everybody here, probably everybody out there, where you start in your career trajectory, I've never seen it stay the exact same path. So just know that anything that y'all have done here, what you've learned here through your professors, through your mentors, it's really an investment in your time. And so thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to also see your growth. Wish you all the best of luck. Buenas tardes.
Thank you. I echo, I'll say ditto, as my kids say, all those things. I will emphasize the networking that was mentioned before. Take advantage of the people in this room and reach out to them, because you don't know when you will need that expertise or that connection somewhere in business. Business is all about relationships. You guys know this, I think, or you're learning that right now. So I challenge you all to request, maybe, I hope we all have LinkedIn profiles. Please, follow us, request friends, whatever platform you're on. And the second thing is, I've learned a lot as an entrepreneur myself. It's, yes, connections and relationships, but it's also knowing your numbers so you can make good decisions. And maybe Amir will talk to that because he's a finance guy. He's up next. But know your numbers, get your money together, and then you'll be way more successful. And do that from day one. Don't wait and just get involved in the design or the excitement of whatever it is. Know your numbers from day one. Those are my two big pieces of advice. So thank you so much for having me.
You guys were amazing. The presentations were amazing. I bring pretty much my intersection is more on the academic and the industry side. So obviously I teach here as a full-time faculty, but then I also am involved in a boutique investment bank where we do mergers and acquisition. And so our kind of specialty, our day-to-day life is pretty much working on presentation decks, right? And that's kind of the hook in terms of your presentation, right? When you're sending decks to investors, you want that attention, right? And you guys have done a really, really great job in kind of arranging those presentation decks, and your presentation skills were really amazing. Like all the judges are saying, networking is the key. So if there is anything I can do in terms of you wanting to explore the idea to kind of bring it to the market in the future, let's say you want to raise capital, seed funding to Series A, Series B, whatever, I can definitely guide you, and all the other, judges over here can guide you as well. Okay, so good job.
Again, very good job. Well done. And I'm here to tell you that you can be an entrepreneur and have zero good ideas. It's possible. What you do is you team up with someone. You work in a team. You work off someone else's vision. And one idea can take years. It can take decades. So find something that you love. But what you did today, it was a great start. Well done.
Dance or all right, I'm waiting for, you guys want to have a seat? Just waiting to get the magic envelope, but I don't have it yet. I would say, let's go talk amongst yourselves, and as soon as we get the information, we'll be right back. It's taking longer to calculate this, so I don't know. I was hoping by the time we were done with that, we would have, nobody go anywhere. Here we go. All right. Okay, so the process for this is I will announce the medalist. The team will come down, if they would come this way, we'll anoint you with the medal. You'll come over to here and get your picture taken with your advisor. So all advisors stand by. The bronze medal for this year's New Venture competition goes to Steadfast. You guys are just too tall for me. You can put it on. You're too tall for me. I'll just do it this way. You guys put it on. Congratulations. Great job. Great job. Where's William? William, everything will be in their bursar's account, right? So go check your bursar's account later on, and your prize money. A few days. In a few days, check your bursar's account. By the way, the one thing someone told me that you need to understand that what goes into your bursar's account is net of any parking tickets you got on campus or anything else. So understand that we got to recoup our costs too. All right. The silver medal goes to Better. Okay, and this year's gold medal for the NBC contest goes to Swiftsy.
You're in the boot, man.
It's good to see certainly somebody my age that they're developing products that I can use. So, pretty excited about this. Well, that kind of concludes the program for in here. We're going to leave here and go outside to the atrium.
We have refreshments and get cookies.
And some networking. Which
for everybody, and you guys can talk with judges and
but
mentors and take pictures. There's a photo.
Before you go, hang on, before you go. Okay? I wasn't done yet. But I will be in a second. That's okay. Look, this is my first, as the executive director of the McGuire Center, this is my first NVD. And I want to tell you that I am incredibly proud of this cohort. I thought you guys all did an incredible job. It was my pleasure and privilege to be part of this program, what small part I played. But I do want to thank you all for your hard work and your dedication. I have a feeling that I will be seeing you a lot in the future, either by reading about you in magazines or by watching you on television for all of your successes. Congratulations, well done, feel great about what you've accomplished here, and I look forward to interacting in the future. Thanks again and take care.